So say hello to YouTube. Welcome, YouTube. Welcome to this live where we are going to work on performance for the Switch and then Pong with Windows, not the OS. I thought my cat wanted to go outside, but apparently not, of course. So I have something in my draft to make it easier. Oh, fuck, of course. It's going to be that. Well, you know what? Let's just publish as is. I don't publish now, and publish now. Is it publishing though? Because I didn't wait. Yes. Very good. Q. Overdue. Maybe it didn't work. So what did we have in here? Let's make Pong, not the OS. Performance on the Switch. And then Pong with Windows, not the OS. Okay, let's say that. Overdue. Yes. Did you manage to push it or what? This thingy is frustrating. Was there any news? Yes. The Dev 7 of Godot, right? I don't know if you took a look at it. Pretty cool stuff. In Dev 7, I think there is finally Jolt. Before that, it was not here. It was not here as a module, and now it's integrated in the OS. So that's pretty cool, right? How do we tell Godots where to download new version? I think there is a setting option. Default project path, theme advanced, download path, version path, settings. No, save and close. I don't know. It does it by default, no? Maybe when you try to install, it tells you where to install. Oh, where to download new version. Okay, sorry. So yeah, so download is in the settings. Download is in the settings. I guess it's version path. No, no idea. Honestly, I don't know. Okay, let's put that in here. Let's do this. Let's do that. So the way I'm doing this is very simple. Each time, did I put the version 7? Yes. I'm not gonna read the thing about. Not gonna read the thing about. I will close that. Not gonna read the thing about the new version of Godot, like the new dev version. I don't care that much, but it's pretty interesting. You should take a look at it. It's full of new feature. 4.4 is definitely going to be really cool. So yeah, the way I'm doing it is simple. I'm updating the visuals depending on what kind of model, what kind of mode we are in, if we are in handheld or not. And that's it, right? And so I'm removing a bunch of stuff in here. I'm wondering, do you know how it works? The back buffer copy, for example, should we remove it to make sure that we have best performance? Because I think by simply disabling the blur, crazily enough, removing the blur in here and the vignette, those are two screen space shader. Removing those is enough to gain like 10 FPS on this particular scene, because this scene is shown on top of the game that is running in the background, right? This is quite crazy when you think about it. It's just a very simple very simple shader, I guess. It's just doing a read with an LOD, and this one, I don't know, it's doing a vignette. It's not crazy, but for some reason, it's like, yeah, it's like difficult. And I'm wondering if I should also like do something with the back buffer copy themselves. I don't really know how they work, to be honest. I don't really know how they work. Search back buffer copy. Godot has constant pointing to GitHub. What do you mean? Yes, to download? Oh. Hey, Gald's Toad, thank you for the follow. Because by default it puts the new editor in roaming, Godot, etc. Oh, you can actually decide where you put it. I put it in my Godot folder. And I would recommend something because you're doing that. I would recommend to put it in somewhere else than C program files and stuff, because otherwise you're constantly going to have problems with elevated privilege, right? Because it's a protected area. It's just full of problems. So you can put your Godot somewhere else, maybe in users or somewhere else. I don't know. It makes it so much easier to do anything. Just run into that. Yeah, exactly. So then it's very painful because it means that you have to launch Godots with admin privilege, and then because it's run with admin privilege, it's also going to run Godot with admin privilege. That can create some issues with some things. It's like, it's fucking frustrating. So I would advise to just put it somewhere else. Hello Geldstoad, how did you find this channel? So, note for back buffering the currently displayed screen, the region defined by the back buffer copy is buffered with the content of the screen it covers, or the entire screen according to the copy mode. Since this node inherits from node 2D and not control, anchoring and margins won't apply to child control derived nodes. This can be problematic when resizing the window. To avoid this, add control derived nodes as siblings to the back buffer node instead of adding them as children. So it's not telling us if it's copying constantly or not. Maybe just removing it is a good solution though, right? This is such a bad way of doing it. Don't do that. Don't do that. I did it because I didn't know best, but it's a bad way of doing this. This is what they just told us about. If you put your back buffer copy in viewport mode, you don't need to cover more than the actual screen. You can just put it where you want. Like, you can just put it in here and use the right anchoring. But I didn't know better, and I'm too lazy to fix it now. So I'm just gonna hide stuff. I'm just gonna hide the back buffer copies, I think, and they are going to hide the vignettes and the things. Yes, and also their naming is terrible. Let's call them BB copy blur, and let's call it BB copy vignette. And I don't even know why I'm keeping this vignette. It's not, you don't even see anything. Honestly, the vignette could just go entirely, right? It's not going to change a lot of stuff, especially since most of the vignette is outside of the screen. It's like just out of, yeah, let's just remove it. Let's just make our life easier. Okay, I'm gonna grab a reference to that BB back buffer copy blur, and what I want to do is very simple. When we are into here, I want to define if it's visible or not. So it's true only if we're not in handheld, and I think that's the only thing. Now we also need to change the color. We also need to change the color. Do I define another color, like clear color, clear? clear handheld color, and I also do fail handheld color. So the reason is those are way too transparent. So we need to make them way less transparent, like 200 maybe. Whoops, not this one, not this one. Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate the Godot Control Z. The Godot Control Z experience is the worst. It is the worst. It is literally the worst. Fuck. It's so frustrating. It is so frustrating. I hate you, Godot. I hate you so much. So where was I? I was in here. I was in here. Where was the color defined? Oh, for fuck's sake. It's awful the way it's written. But fail color, it was 7. What do you mean shader material 1? What the fuck? Come on. Is that a joke? 0.07? Is that right? Was it what it was before? Oh no, it was here, fail color. It was 0.22. And 0.13. Okay. And so I can reuse that, put it in here, and here we said 200 in here. So I don't know if it's going to be good. Maybe it's too bad. Maybe it's going to be bad, but we'll see. We update the visuals in here, and we decide if we want or not in here. So I might do that. I might do that before. That way I can update the opacity color with the fail color. I can do the same thing in here. Or I simply replace, because this level cleared is going to be spawned again. Right? I don't know. I don't know. So let's just do it that way. It's okay. So, title text, we don't care. We don't care. We don't care. So if it's handheld, if it's not handheld, you do that. If it is, you do clear color, clear handheld, and fail handheld color. Okay, and so we also react to the notification that we are changing the mode. That way we can react to that even if the scene is already launched. So that is good. That is very good. I did it in the player. I did it in the ball. I did it in the level cleared. Training is not training, it's all the levels. I need to do it specifically in all the levels. This is really stupid. And I need to do it in the game. Match finished, check-in ready function, and connect to NX. Okay. So let's do that, I guess. So player is fine. This is fine. Level cleared. It's fine. It's the only thing we have to change, I think. And then we need to do it in all the levels. But before that, let's do it in the game. It might be easier to do it in the game. Might be easier. We have so many things. So many things in here. This is stupid. Just after setting the input, we are going to update the performance visual stuff. Let's put notification, process, apply colors. This is the perfect way to place that. Hey, Camilos, how are you doing? How are you doing? That I don't care. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, this global spawn playtest. I have it in the thingy. Spawn playtest. I need to remove it. It was here for because I got the other one. This is such a stupid way of doing it. I'm really sorry you have to witness that. Really, really sorry that you have to witness that. It's such a bad way of dealing with stuff. Such a bad way of dealing with stuff. But it's okay, I fixed it. I still have one. Yeah, I have one in globals. Yeah, okay, fine. Doing good. As the last day of uni before the Christmas break. Next lesson starts on January 7th. Let's go. That's exciting, right? It's always cool to have a bit of a break. Always cool to have a bit of a break. Am I in the game scene? No. Okay, so we are in here. We update the visuals and we check that. Okay, so what do we need to do when we are... Why do I have so many things? You know what might be a good idea is to remove those things. I'm not using them. So why do I have it in... Why do I have them in here? Am I trying to make my life harder? Okay and okay. Sorry, what? This is a texture? How is this a texture? What? How does that work? Oh, and then I'm using the lights. That is why it lags. That is why it lags. That is why it lags. The CRT, I'm never using it in here, right? I'm never using it in here. The back buffer copies, you know, those back buffer copies, I should probably look into them, like look into the performance impact. Unfortunately, I don't know why, but I can't export the game with render dock. When I try to enable render dock on the Switch, the thing crashes. So I can't use render dock to look at exactly what is taking a lot of time or not, which is very frustrating. But I'm pretty sure that doing a 4K copy of the screen is not super efficient. I don't like it. I don't like it. This is definitely something that now that I'm aware of a bunch of those things, I will definitely make sure that on my next games, especially Hyperslice, I'm probably going to do after, like at next year, starting next year, I'm going to work more on Hyperslice to prepare for the demo for the next fest. I'm not going to spend too much time on optimization and stuff because it doesn't matter right now, but I'm definitely going to be aware of that, especially if I want to do a Switch port, because it's just painful. I can finally relax a bit. I have 4 projects to do for uni, 2 in Python, 1 in C++, and 1 in OCaml. And even worse, I have to come up with the project ideas first. I'll probably focus on them. Wow, okay. Is it like entirely your stuff? Like, do you choose exactly what you want? On player rewind. I'm using the CRT only for the player when the player is rewinding. Wow. And then I have this radial blur. Shader parameter. I'm doing that? I was not aware. Sampling count 6. I could reduce those things probably also. But those are the effects. Those are the things in here. Do I use this replay texture? No, right? Nobody's using it, right? It was to do a test, but I'm not using it. I use the replay, which is Why do I have this replay texture? Oh, because I was thinking it's probably about doing something else. But I can remove that entirely, right? I also probably need to do a pass on the pause menu to make it slightly more simple, because it lags too much on the Switch. Just popping up the pause menu can create some lags, even though it's cached and stuff. Like we have a bunch of shaders, I think. So it's like not good. Not good. I have some rules to follow because it's different subjects. In OCaml, I have different types I have to use. In C++, we have to do something very, very object-oriented. In Python, I have to do one for deep learning, therefore using some neural networks, and one for information theory. Can be generally whatever I want to be connected to information theory somehow. Okay, interesting. Interesting. For the neural network stuff, you should definitely make a small neural network that plays a game. That's super fun. It can be very time consuming depending on how familiar you are with it. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Those lights, I'm gonna remove them. The particles, I don't think they have a huge impact. Those lights, they have a huge impact on the game, that's for sure. The only problem is that they are pretty cool, and I don't think I want to remove that. Right? I have done a thing like this already last semester. This one I'm talking more using computer vision like a classifier. Okay, fine. Good morning, whatever time of day it is for you all. I was doing it's afternoon for me, but yeah, thank you. Welcome. Oh, but I'm looking at the Pong boss. This is not what I want. We're going to go back to that after. Like a classifier. Okay, like a classifier. I have my camera in here. Dust winter particles. Really? Okay, they are slightly different. In here, I removed what I needed, right? This is like the shader for that. This is... There's a shader on that? What is this? Oh yeah, it's this. Why is there a shader on that? Oh, because it's light only. Wow, that's such an inefficient way of dealing with that. Why did I decide to do it like this? Because it was easy? Fuck. This is something that I will definitely think about, I guess, in the future. Using light as a cheap way of doing effects is not cheap. It's cheap in development, but it's not cheap in computation. Guido struggles like crazy with lights when you have a bad device. But anyway, dust particle. So I have the bull, I have the P1 gold particles. I could remove those, no? Those are like old as fuck. I don't know why I kept them. It was like the old particles. I was doing that. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Do I need that? Probably not. I have the map. The goal wave is a light. Which honestly is super cool. Like, it's amazing. But it's so inefficient. And in here I have this light and this light. Is there something on the light? Can I change the quality of the light also? Maybe I should take a look at that. Right? What do you think? Is there somewhere something about the quality of the lights? Rendering quality. Shadows, reflections, shading. partial partitioning, light mapping, enable usage of bicubic sampling in baked light maps. This is not for me. I don't do that. Light mapping, subsurface, whatever, HDR, dynamic font, 2D, software skinning, night patch mode scaling, GPU pixel snap, OpenGL, batching stream, legacy, whatever, okay. VRAM, MISC, limits, batching, I don't care about that. Portals, I don't care. Compilation mode, we are in asynchronous plus cache. Environment, okay. CPU light mapper. CPU light mapper, what does that mean? Maybe it's something I can take a look into. World, blah blah blah, layer names. World 2D, cell size. Navigation, I don't care. Layer names, I don't care. Input, GUI, logging, memory, I don't care. Network, compression, I don't care. Debug, I don't care. So that, the light mapper, I feel like it's not for 2D though, right? Today early, but after today I have 12 days off. Whoop whoop, let's go. 12 days off, that's pretty cool. I don't think I'm gonna have days off exactly. Well, I'm not going to be here. Well, maybe I can tell you that. But I'm going to go on holidays with friends starting Saturday 28th, which means the first week of 2025. So New Year's Eve and stuff like that. I'm not going to be here, but I come back. So I'm probably going to be here on Friday, the 3rd, January 3rd. Probably going to be here. And next week I might be streaming normally. I don't know if you guys will be here, but I might be streaming normally because I don't go anywhere, and the different events that I have are going to be mostly even on Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve is at night. And on Christmas Day, maybe Christmas Day I remove this stream, or I stream at the end of the day, because I will probably like take some time to do a special lunch with my girlfriend. But I'm not in family. I'm not with the family on the 25th. So I don't know. I'll think about it. I will probably be here. Yeah, okay. I might do a stream, but maybe I just put it like I put it like I delay it a bit. I delay the stream a bit. From I work from 7 to 15:30. Program till about 23. 5 hours to 6 hours of sleep. Oh my god. I have my own programming projects to work on. I have my programming sandbox game, a 2D platform, I need to start my AI chatbot and building, and 3 factors mode to work on. Too much stuff. CPU light mapper. Let's take a look at that. CPU light mapper. Godot. Also Godot light 2D settings. Performance setting. Maybe there is something. Optimizing 2D lights. Someone talks about that. Light 2D. Okay. CPU light mapper. Light mapper. Let's take a look at all of those things, right? And that grind is crazy. I don't know where you find the motivation. Yeah, it seems like a lot. Wife and kid make working necessary, lol. And the programming I do is for fun. I can totally feel that though. When I was working a normal job, I was finding a lot of energy to do other stuff because I was so frustrated with the work that I wanted to do my own stuff, right? So I guess I can understand maybe. Light mapper. I feel like this is something for 3D, right? This class should extend custom light mapper. Light mappers can be used with lightmap GI to provide fast-baked global illumination in 3D. Yeah, this is not for us. This is not for us. So I don't really think there's a lot of stuff we can do. Maximum anisotropic filters level used for textures. Higher values will result in sharper textures when viewed from oblique angles at the cost of performance. Only power of 2 values are valid. Maybe I can also limit this, right? I don't have shadows, unfortunately. Shadows, like, they are crazy. MSAA on Android. I have MSAA in here, but it makes no sense because MSAA doesn't work. MSAA doesn't work. Reflections, shading, depth pre-pass. Yeah, all of that is not for us. All of that is not for us. But maybe I can try to measure the impact of that, the anisotropic filtering. Let me write it down. Maybe adapt based on mode. Anisotropic filtering setting. I don't know if it's going to be a big impact. Exactly, I'm the high in the chain of command, but I still have to deal with the dumb decisions the owners of the company make. So programming gives me a sense of control I don't have at work. I see. Yeah, it was kind of similar in the sense that I was programming stuff that I was not passionate about, and I was also doing a lot of not interesting things for me at the company. So yeah, it makes sense, right? It makes sense. So, you know what? We are going to remove those 2 lights, basically. Do we have... Of course, I don't have a reference to those lights because I'm a fucker. I'm a fucker, and I don't have reference to those light orange particles. I don't have a reference. I just get them like that. This is so stupid. Update visuals, and so in here I want to do that. Boop, boop, boop. I want to do that, and I make them available only when they are not, when we are not. So I'm only removing that, which is not a lot. Also in the world environment, in all situations, I still have the glow. I just removed bicubic upscale and high quality. If I want to have more performance, I think I have 2 things I can also work on, apart from the lights and stuff. I just don't know if I want to do that because it's going to look very weird. But I can change the tone mapper to linear. I think this will give us like at least like five free FPS. And I was in Filmic, right? And we can also remove the adjustments. I have adjustments in here. I can remove that. If I remove the adjustments, I know it's going to give us more performance because I don't know what they're doing, but it's very inefficient. How do you say I quit in French? You quit what? You quit like your job? Je démissionne. Je démissionne would be the formal way. The formal way of saying it. Like if you want to say that to your boss in a formal way. Je démissionne. Otherwise, as Arkham is saying, je me casse. Ah, je me casse, j'en ai marre. Ciao. Ciao. C'est finito. Ciao people. Finito people. Au revoir, président. Allez, nique ta race. So you can get very creative with all of the ways you can say that. But formal way, je démissionne. Je viens déposer ma démission. You want to do that? You want to tell that to your boss? I fucked up Git so bad it turned into Guitar Hero. That's nice. That's nice. I love the little zigwigwi in here. Whoop, zigwigwi, boop, and then shoop, zigwig, whoop. Lovely. Au revoir, président. For the reference. Yes, I know this one. with like the chicken stuff. This is crazy. It didn't work. It didn't work. Fuck. I don't think it worked. Okay, don't worry. I will do it myself. What the fuck? Oops, I broke something. No, don't worry. It's just that all of the setup is very finicky. You know something I would love to do is take the time at some point to go through my setup and make it better, and also clean it up. But yeah, I don't know. Let me do it. Where is TTS? Fuck, it's expensive. I think it didn't work. You need an unpaid intern. I think I do. Can I reimburse you for the requests? I think this one is automatic. I can't. This one was done. I think I can't viewer shout out. Unfortunately, those are automatic. So we need to use another TTS. Just for you. Are you ready? That's it. 1545. Verified you're human. I am human, you fucker. Click to verify. Verification success. Are you ready?
I'd like to say, screw you guys. I'm going home, haha.
All of that for this small sentence. Screw you guys, I'm going home. You would say, would you say, allez-vous faire foutre? It sounds, maybe I need something less aggressive. Screw you guys. Yeah, allez-vous faire foutre. Allez-vous faire foutre. Je rentre chez moi. So screw you guys. Allez-vous faire foutre. Go fuck yourself, basically. It means that. I screw you guys is not as aggressive, but I don't know what I would say. But you can say that. Allez-vous faire foutre. And then I'm going home. Je rentre chez moi. Theoretically, you say je rentre chez moi, but in reality, you say je rentre. You like shorten it a bit and you say je rentre chez moi. Je retourne à la casa, otherwise, which is an interesting way of saying it. Porting Dashpong to the Switch. The fuck? For the lights. Oh my god, the reference. Like, instead of saying y'all in Texas, we say y'all. Exactly, yeah, exactly like that. So we might have some performance to grab in the world environment. So light map. No, not light map. Color map. How is it called? I forgot. Filmic tone map. Tone map, and adjustments. Okay. Okay, cool. So now we have that in here, right? We have that in here. We need to do the same thing in all the levels. Because I'm a stupid fucker, and I forgot to make it better. So we have to do it in all the levels. Very bad, I know. Very, very bad. Very bad. But the game is done, right? Game is done. So we are going to do all levels and match finished. I might do some stuff. Hello, Vex. How are we doing? Should we listen to something else? Maybe stream and chill is better. Why doesn't want to work? Oh, it's not responding. Anyway, let's not do that then. We have a bunch of shaders. That's the problem. We have the CRT shaders and then the darken shaders. In fact, that's the only thing we have. But then we have a shader on each fucking button. That might be a bit too much. So we might just remove the CRT. Alright. We might just remove the CRT. I think on the pause menu. That might be okay. So if we're in here, we do update the thingy, as always. Update, 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 update. We put that after input, after process. Don't look at the check demo. And then in here, we are going to grab the CRT. Of course, we don't have the reference to it because we are fuckers. And we make it visible to false if we are in handheld. How's your Friday going? It's going great. We are fixing some performance stuff on the wonderful Switch, and then we move to the Pong with Windows, not the OS. Incredible, right? It's completely broken. The thing I'm using to listen to music, it's broken. So that is okay. We did this. We need to do match finished also. Oh my god. Match finished is much more complex because we have the blur, and we have the vignettes also, and we have a bunch of things going on, especially in here. Have a bunch of viewports to do the scoring system and whatnot. This is crazy. Crazy inefficient. We have the stats in here, a bunch of animation players, bunch of stuff. Opacity has nothing in it. Fill vertical, ignore, whatever. Okay. I think we should do the same thing. Right? So what do we have in here? Update, it's the function. So process, apply colors, blap, blah, blah, blah. We put it in here. After process, that's nice. We are going to remove the back buffer copies. They're not used, right? But I'm still going to... You know what? I don't care. I'm not going to do anything special. I could remove the vignette. Also, I removed it in the other thing, but yeah. I made a brick breaker for my first game jam, so thought mine was much less complex. I feel your pain. Brick breaker. Brick breaker. Wonderful brick breaker. Do I keep the vignette? Honestly, doesn't change anything, right? I think we just remove it. I think we just remove it entirely. I don't care about it. So we remove this one. We make it visible is equal to false and visible is equal to true in here. And that's kind of the only thing we do. But because we remove the blur, it's not going to be dark enough, the opacity in here. Right? Vignette blue, vignette red. Oh, I was changing the vignette. I was doing it in the apply colors, probably. What a weird way of doing it. Am I using it? Vignette. I'm not using it. I'm not even using it. What a fucker. What a fucker. I'm not even using it. I'm not even using it. Vignette draw. I was using it though. Oh, for the opacity color. Such a weird way of doing stuff. and I was not using the other colors. Ooh. Ooh, I need them, but I'm not using them. What the fuck is wrong with me? You see what I mean? It was last week in 72 hours gap, so this week I have hardly worked on anything. I think fried my brain. Yeah, game jams, they do that. I used to think that I was simply able to like work on a game jam and then go back to work normally as if nothing happened, but in fact it's not possible. It's you feel so drained after, and even if you're not tired necessarily, you are just like, you don't feel like doing anything. You see what I mean? How am I changing the color of the opacity? How am I changing the color of the opacity? Color vignette. Oh, I'm using the color vignette like that. Ah, interesting. Change color for winner. There's a lot of stress in having such a short timeline to do something. Yeah. I think it's that. You crunch. And also it's like a small... I really believe in post-launch depression. So whenever you do something, whenever you finish something, you're hit with like a small... You're hit with like a small depression. It's not really a depression, but you feel empty, right, in a way. And in a game jam, it's kind of that. You go through all of the different feelings you can when you make a game in a really short amount of time, and then you release something, and it's like the pressure releases instantly, and it's really easy to feel bad, or to feel not necessarily to feel bad about the game itself, but to feel like, yeah, you're just empty now. You know, you don't necessarily want to do anything. At least that's usually how I feel. How am I dealing with that? I'm wondering if I'm not just going to show that on top of the game. Like, if I go on top of the game, I don't see anything in here. If I go on top of the game, I go into here, right? Not. I put the match finished just to look at how it looks. You see that we don't see anything because it's blurred, right? But imagine it's not blurred now. Imagine it's not blurred. Now we see too much what is below. So I think in that, because I don't want to make my life harder, I'm gonna create something that is called more opacity. I know, stupid. More opacity. It's not going to be colored. That way it makes my life easier. But it darkens the thing. And I just need to darken it enough. It's going to change the color, of course. But I think it can be... It's going to make it less colorful, though. Way less colorful. That might be a problem. That might change the color too much. So... color vignette. I'm doing it in here, right? Change color for the winner. When am I doing that? Who is calling that function? Oh, it's the animation that is doing that function, right? So when is it called? Left container. When is it called? Main, title, left container. Change color for the... Okay, it's called way later. It's called way later. So what I could do is, instead of doing this 0.22, which is stupid, I could do vignette alpha. I could do that. Vignette alpha. Export var vignette alpha default. It's like 0.22. Then I would have an onReady var vignette alpha, which is like 0.22, or it's like using the default. And I would have vignette alpha nobler. Fuck, I put the thing at the wrong spot, and it would be, I don't know, 72. Okay, and in here, when I remove the thingy, if the thing is not visible, you put vignette alpha to vignette alpha nobler, and in here you put it to vignette alpha default, and then you need to use vignette alpha everywhere you use that magical 0.22, which is slightly stupid. Vignette draw. This is for the color. Color vignette. Vignette draw. We are going to have the same problem in the vignette draw. We could do that, and then we could force the opacity. What the fuck? We could force the opacity color A to be vignette alpha. It's basically the same. Okay, and the vignette blue and the vignette thingy, they're not useful anymore, but why not? Okay. We remove the blur and we keep the rest. It should be okay. We have a bunch of viewports that, of course, are going to be a bit heavy on performance, but that is fine. That is fine. And this in here, we can remove this match finished because we don't want to have that. Also, what do you think? This debug layer, it should be everywhere, right? It makes no sense that I'm adding it to all of my scenes. It makes no sense that I'm adding it to all of my scenes, right? So I think it should be added as an autoload. Is there a way to remove it? I don't know. I would need to make sure that I don't export that, but it could hide itself if we are in release. It could hide itself, I guess. But I'm definitely going to add it as an auto-load. It's in debug, scenes, UI, debug. Yes, I'm definitely adding this. And I guess what we do in here is we do if OS has feature release. Is that how we check? We need to remove this class name. Is that how you check? Godot, OS. I mean, I can check that. Has feature tags. Give me the feature tag. Release. Okay, so if you are in release, you put yourself, you say visible is equal to not release. That way you are visible. If you don't have, if you're not in release mode, that's good. And so now we can check. I hope I don't have this shit everywhere. I think I put it in training, I guess. Yes. And in the world environment in here, I have that. Tone map, filmic, blah, blah, blah. Adjustments on, okay. Do I have weird things on the HUD? Ooh, I have some back buffer copies and I have some blur. I need to take a look into that. Lose level, I have so many things in here. This is horrible. This is really horrible. Is there an easy way for me to check where is this used? Edit dependencies? No. View owners, I guess. The title screen also has it. Let's go. Title screen. You can remove debug layer. And on the title screen, what do I have? I'm using the game environment with the same properties, glow enabled and stuff. Okay, very fine. Particles, canvas layer. Why do I have those lights and stuff on a canvas layer? On layer 1. What the fuck? I don't really know what I'm doing in here. And why do I have a panel? I have a panel to make it more dark, I guess. We don't really see the light affecting the particles, do we? Do we? We don't. You know what? I remove it entirely, I don't care. Light blue. Okay. I had an FFT. I had something doing an FFT calculation. Where is it? You know? Audio manager. It's on the audio manager that I have something that calculates FFTs. Compute FFT is false. If not compute FFT, return. Compute FFT. Okay. It's false, so that should be good. Audio manager. Compute FFT. Good. Good thing. Good thing. So on FFT beat, we don't do anything. Get build number, whatever, we don't care. I still have that, but that's fine, I guess. Okay, and now I need to go through all of the levels to finish what we were doing. What we did in here. We need to do the same thing, basically. And we have the debug layer now automatically added. And we need to take a look at the HUD at some point. Okay, let's go and do that. Level Brick Breaker, level Defend, level Battle Match, level Pong, we already have it. Level Pool, we don't have it. We don't need it. Level Shoot Battles, level Targets. Let's go. It's not going to be fun. I could do that. Level Pong. I could do that. Somewhere else. I could use VS Code to maybe do that more easily. I'm not even sure. It's a bit stupid because I'm not sharing. I mean, I did it this way. I did it this way because I didn't know. I didn't know exactly what would be needed in each level, right? So theoretically, it makes sense to do it that way. To have like, I basically copied over a bunch of nodes because theoretically a training level could have been completely different, but I decided to not do it. They all share the same stuff, which makes it slightly harder to like if I want to make a lot of modifications just like I'm doing it right now, it's a bit painful, right? But in all situations, I think what I'm going to do is very simple. Maybe on the boss itself, I need to do something. I need to think about that. Maybe the targets are also going to do something. Targets don't have lights on them, so that's good. And the boss has no light. So in fact, maybe the robot has lights. Yes, the robot needs to be made more simple in some cases. So, but I think that's it, right? The light blue and light, we keep them in here. Hopefully, they are not too difficult. The dust particles, they have a particle process material, but they also have a canvas item material. Hey, you know what? I'm wondering if those dust particles are not... like, what happens if I remove that? Copy. It doesn't do anything, right? It doesn't do anything because the blend mode is normal and the mix is normal also. But I'm wondering if it couldn't, like, it can have an impact, even though visually it's not changing anything. It could have an impact because it's just adding more calculation because now there is a material to take into account, right? I think that makes sense. And you see how the glow is a way worse quality than when we set bicubic upscale and high quality, but it's fine. The switch, we don't see anything on the switch, so it's totally fine. So I'm just moving those lights, right? I'm just going to change those lights. So let's go over here. Light orange particle and light blue particles. I'm going to do that. Light orange and light blue particles. We make them visible false and visible true when it's here. And I think Unless I'm missing something. Blend mode mix, light mode normal. It doesn't change anything, right? So I think I'm safe to remove that entirely. Otherwise I could add it again if needed. I could add it again. On the robot, I'm going to hide the light. I'm going to hide the light. So we want... no, fuck. This is in the ready function. And in here, do we have the function? Yes. And we just want to grab the light and hide it. Okay. Very good. I know it's not super interesting, but don't worry. We are getting close to the end. The HUD I'm going to check after. Okay. Light orange and stuff. Maybe. So false. And in here, true. And true. Is there something else? No. Yes. We need to remove the canvas item material and we can go in here. So it is slightly stupid, but I don't know if I have a better solution for that. Don't think I have a better solution, to be honest. Material, boop, boop, boop. And when it's not handheld, we do that. True. Material, we remove it. And then we do boop and boop. True and true. And finally, level targets. True and true. What? What is this shit? Hey, Coding Dev on YouTube, hello. Why do I have this shit? I can remove that, right? Yes, this is the one we want. Okay, all levels, skibidi bop. Very good, very good, very good. So in here, I have a back buffer copy that is doing the entire viewport to blur it. When am I touching the blur? Never. Never? Colored blur. It must be... Oh, it's for the beginning. It's for the countdown. It's for the countdown, right? You touch the blur. Yes, it's for the countdown. Okay, so I'm not gonna touch that. And we are in viewport mode. So if we are in viewport mode, I don't need to set up a rect, right? Only use if copy is mode rect. Yes, so we don't need to have that. And this colored blur, I don't know when it's used, but it wouldn't work, I think. Okay, very cool. Very cool, very cool. Check in ready function and connect. I have that. So let's commit all of this shit. Export presets. I didn't touch anything. I didn't touch anything. Remove lights and blur shaders on handheld. When in handheld. When handheld. Okay. Very cool. Very cool, very cool, very cool. Let's put seeking advice. I'm just reading something, but I think most of that will be for 3D stuff. Optimizing 2D lights. 2D lights and shadows. We might take a look at that. And we might take a look at that too. So I'm currently working on Godot 3.5 for web games, and due to compatibility issue in Godot 4, I'm sticking with Godot 3. We only support CPU light maps, and we'll also upgrade my CPU to enhance light map performance. Should I prioritize single core? Okay, so this is for 3D stuff, I think. Is it okay for Godot to not be able to handle 36 identical 2D static lights on a screen at the same time? Honestly, I just debug with 36. Lags are noticeable at 6 already. I have no clue why the performance is so bad. This might also be 3D. Since Godot are under each sprite and polygon once per light, and for the same reason, a lot of light overdraw. Yeah, if you have a lot of light overdraw, it's difficult because it renders everything a bunch of times. Tweak the parameters of the lights. If you have shadows activated, they have an edge smoothness. Try using a visibility enabled in the light. I haven't checked out, but it could improve performance for lights that are not on screen. You can render the viewport at a lower resolution, so this is definitely for 3D. I think your FPS drop is pretty normal. 2D lights are very slow currently, because basically everything gets redrawn again for each light. Okay. Let's read that before. I have more than 10 to 20 torches in my scene of my game. These torches have particles and a fire animation. The problem is when I add light 2D to this torch, the game becomes incredibly laggy. This is simply because light 2Ds are expensive in terms of computing power. Try turning it off unnecessary shadows and maybe shadows altogether. If the frame rate is still low, use a sprite node with an additive material. Based on my experience, particles 2D don't reduce performance unless you use textures above 256 pixels. Okay, interesting. Add a sprite node, assign a texture, scroll down to the expansion file material, under canvas material, add blend mode to add. The currently implementation of 2D lights is not efficient, it greatly reduced the frame rate, especially on older devices. At some point I said, yeah, the game usually okay, interesting. The sprite technique is interesting. It's interesting. I didn't think about that. I agree. Light 2D itself is an FPS eater. If you want to create the same effect without Light 2D, use world environment. You can delete every Light 2D in your scene and just add an auto-load world environment, and you're done. Not at all. Like some of the advice on forums are complete. It's like crazy. I don't see why there is only an upvote button. There should be a downvote button, just like on Reddit. Some advice are really bad. Do we have this 2D and light shadows for Godot 3.5 though? Yes. The tutorial explains how light 2D demo project blah blah blah. Setup. Okay. Canvas modulate used to darken the scene. Sprite light occluders lights. Have 4 modes. Add the color, subtract the color, mask for the demo, the live components. Okay, shadows, step by step. I don't care. Light 2Ds. I'm just reading the documentation because sometimes in the documentation they tell you interesting stuff about performance and what you can do. Now we'll have shadow casters. You put that. You create the thingy. And boom, it does that. Amazing. Radial length, they're telling you... so you see, it's quite interesting because they're telling you how exactly things are filtered, what the parameters are doing, and etc, etc. This can be really useful if you're not familiar with it. And unfortunately, there's not much more than this. But okay, interesting. Interesting. So nothing super interesting for us, but... you know, one thing I want to check is in here, this anisotropic filtering level. How do you change that at runtime? And do I see a difference? Do you think I will see a difference? Do you think I will see a difference? You can't change it at runtime? For future reference, I opened a pull request to improve the documentation relating that. The reason anisotropic filtering is enabled per texture is that it's wasteful to enable it in a scenario where it makes no visual difference, such as 2D elements. It makes no difference in 2D elements, so why do I have it then? Maybe I should just remove it. Without forcing the graphics driver. Go to form regarding Auto 3, this is to enable anisotropic filtering by default on desktop platforms in new projects. However, this may not materialize. It kind of forgot about 2D aspect of Godot, so with setting moves to the material, it makes sense easier to differentiate between 2D and 3D. It's on by default on any texture used in 3D. Even in 2D, it's also on by default. The issue I link it says it's on by default. It's not for me. So anisotropic filtering makes no sense. Right? It makes no sense because it's only maximum anisotropic filtering used for textures with anisotropy enabled. Higher values will result in sharper textures when viewed from oblique angles. So this is something for 3D, right? This is something for 3D. As for 3D, yeah. Godot does a bad job of telling you those things, I feel like. Viewing a ground plane from a low height. Yeah, okay. So that is okay. Blah, blah, blah. Allow high DPI. I don't remember on the Switch if I'm supposed to use VSync or not. Anyone familiar with the Switch in here to tell me? From all those settings, if you want more performance, enabling MIP maps might work. I don't have MIP maps right now. Quality. Is it in quality? Use nearest MIP map filters. If true, use nearest neighbor MIP map filtering when using MIP maps, also called bilinear filtering, which results in visible seam appearing between MIP map stages. This may increase performance in mobile as less memory bandwidth is used. If false, linear MIP map filtering, also called trilinear filtering, is used. What did they say? Which will result in visible seams appearing between MIP map stages. Okay. You shouldn't have multiple stages. I can try, right? I can try to put that for the Switch specifically. Maybe it should be on the it should be on also for the desktop. It's a bigger texture up close, lower texture further up. Yeah, okay. I love watching your streams and studying the materials for my video at the same time. Let's go. What are you working on? What video are you working on? Coding dev. Is that what you said? Studying the material for my video. Yeah, I guess. So I don't need that. Anisotropic filtering, we can remove it. We don't care. That is good. We removed a bunch of stuff in here. So now what I need to do is two things. I need to understand why performance on Switch. Understand why FPS goes up after first goal on training mode. I'm probably doing something super weird because again, the first time I'm launching the training mode without some of the improvements that we made, I was running at something like 36 FPS, and after the first goal, I'm running at like 45. At least I'm going above 40. And I don't understand because I didn't change anything. I don't think I'm changing anything after the first goal. I'm just removing a node and like probably removing the bowl and spawning another one. But I don't think I'm doing anything specific. So that's interesting, right? I mean, I must be doing something, otherwise it wouldn't change. But I don't know what. I make a video about Pygame and C with assembler, and so far I'm doing a mini course on Pygame. Wow, okay. Interesting. You know that I've used Pygame initially before doing game dev. I actually tried Pygame once to make tic-tac-toe and to make an AI for tic-tac-toe. Hey, look at that! I'm running at nearly 60 FPS on my on the title screen. Nearly 60 FPS on the title screen in handheld. And you might be like, yeah, but it's the title screen. It's not crazy. The title screen is actually the title screen is actually quite demanding because we have a bunch of lights, we have particles, we have a bunch of shaders, we have complex particles that are using viewports. We have a lot of rigid bodies being thrown around and exploding, so there's a lot going on, in fact. Did you use min-max for a tic-tac-toe AI? Yeah, exactly. Frame buffer allocation, I think you could switch to 2D, which will skip depth buffer, etc. Where did you see that? Where did you see that? Intended usage, frame buffer allocation. Strategy used for the frame buffer allocation. Yeah, it's the thing that we set up in the viewport, right? Do you think there is an input? Do you think that it changes anything about that? Do you think it makes performance better? Strategy used for frame buffer allocation. The simpler it is, the less resource it uses, but the less features it supports. If set to 2D without sampling or 3D without effects, sampler buffers will not be allocated. This means screen texture and depth texture will not be available in shaders, and post-processing effects, such as glow, will not be available in environment. So my intended allocation, intended usage is 2D, right? Not 2D without sampling. Like 2D. Mobile 2D. Why not? Why not? Okay, let's restart. Let's restart right away, because I don't know, maybe we'll see a difference. Oh fuck, the permission stuff. For some reason, sometimes Godot is lacking permission. It's frustrating. And then you reload shit and it works. It should. It should. It should make a difference. Okay, I learned about min-max at school a very long time ago and used it for a game of Go Capture. Loved it. It's pretty cool, min-max, right? It's simple. Simple enough. Simple enough. So we need to understand why it's doing that. So I guess we are going to open up level Pong. And we are going to try to understand why after the first goal. Let's take a look at what could be happening, right? When we score, what are we doing? When we score, we are checking the score in here. Blah, blah, blah. And we are changing the aggro. That's the only thing we are doing in here, which, of course, is not doing anything. Handle draw. I'm not handling draw in here. That's one thing. So let's go and check the training then. On goal. And let's check that. Okay. Oh! 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 Smacks. Smacks. Your change. No, I can't go 100 FPS, unfortunately, because I think by default the Switch is running in VSync. I need to look at the documentation for the Switch to check if I'm supposed to run VSync or not, because I removed a bunch of settings to make sure that like I'm not supposed to show settings that won't work on the Switch. For example, on desktop, you can change which screen you're running on or the window mode and stuff like that. On the Switch, it makes no sense, so I need to remove that, which I did. But I need to look at the documentation to see if VSync is supposed to be on or off, or I don't know. I don't think it's supposed to be an option. So no, not 100 FPS, but on the title screen, I'm running at a stable 60 FPS, whereas before that, I was running at 57. So of course, it's not a huge difference, but because I don't have a good measure, I also don't know how much it would improve, right? I don't have my frame time. Actually, why? I should probably put the frame time, right? I should probably put the frame time instead of the FPS. But the frame time is going to be... Is the frame time going to be 16 milliseconds even if I have VSync? You see what I mean? And what happens if I disable VSync? Do I see something? Where is VSync? It's in window. VSync. Depends how it's calculated. Yeah. I would like the frame time to be calculated, like how much time it's really taking, and then it would count as like idle time. But maybe putting the frame time would be more interesting, right? In my debug stuff. HDR is on. Doesn't make any sense on the Switch. Not sure about the OLED though. It's not that type of HDR, I think. No? Unless you're talking about something else. Where did you see that? Am I crazy? Did you see HDR somewhere? Pretty sure I just saw while scrolling. Well, not here, so maybe somewhere in here, in quality. I mean, I can search HDR. HDR. If true, allocates the root's viewport frame buffer with high dynamic range. High dynamic range allow the use of color. But it's not HDR in that sense. It's not this HDR. It's not the HDR you think about. It's HDR for the game engine. So I need that for Glow, but it's not for like screen rendering. Which microphone are you using? If you look at the description of the live stream, I think my microphone is listed there. I think you will find it. It's the Maono something 140. I don't remember, but I think it's listed in the description. The battery is everywhere, crying at the thoughts of HDR and handheld. No, it's not that HDR. Don't worry. Color clamping. Yeah, exactly. It's for the rendering and not for the... It's not like monitor HDR. I don't think so. So that is good. We have that. Should I remove... I will look at the documentation. Okay, I'm doing too many things. I will remove in under where is it? Under here. I will remove VSync for now. VSync via compositor, sorry. Use VSync is enabled. It's through the system's window compositor. Fuck, why am I stressing the wrong syllable? When I in windowed mode and the compositor is enabled. This will prevent stutters in certain situations, Windows only. This option is experimental. Okay, I don't care. Save and restart. Then I look at the documentation. I think I have the documentation somewhere in here. Where would it be? Projects, game dev, and I have Switch. And now I'm making sure that I'm in chat mode because I don't want you to see that. I'm really not supposed to show you stuff like that. So let's open up the guidelines. Brand guidelines, no. Title sheet guidelines. Oh, I'm never going to find it in here, right? Because this is for publishing stuff. Oh my god, I'm taking so many risks. It's written in big and in red that it's confidential. Not good, not good. I've got eDev, Smax. You can oh, because do you think that this is Ninja are going to eat you? No, I don't care. The detail is probably confidential. Which detail? But you don't see it. Mike. No, I don't think edev is the red text. Red text confidential. Yeah, it's written in big everywhere that it's confidential. I should not show you stuff. You should also check the OS get static memory usage. No, I don't want to do that, Smax. I don't want to check the static memory usage because it's huge. It's huge, and I don't want you to see that it's huge. I really don't. Because you're going to think I'm crazy. It's huge. I don't want that. I don't want you to judge me. But it's... I need to check. Be cautious with the NDA stuff from Nintendo. Better to reference the non-NDA hardware documentation from NVIDIA where you can when doing stuff in public like this. Yeah, sure. I heard that in Trump's voice. It's huge, believe me, yeah. Was it 1.25 gigs? Yes, it was. Just already asked like in X, but I'll ask what lessons on Godot would you recommend? Happy New Year and Christmas. Thank you, Coding Dev. What lessons? To be honest, I don't think I'm the best. I'm the best person to answer that. First of all, because I'm not really looking at lessons for Godot. I'm not really a consumer of that, so I don't know if I'm going to give you the right answer. I think, though, depending on what is the level of the person using this, I think that something like Brachy's tutorial or something that is short is a good first step, I would say. I don't really believe in the 20-part series. Some people might like that, but I don't really believe in those, because I think you see too many things to be useful, whereas a short video might be enough to give you the basics, and then the best way to learn is to do a lot of stuff on your own. GD Quest and Heartbeast, in your opinion? Okay. But Heartbeast is the opposite of what I told you, right? It's like big, like lots of parts. He has a series with like so many parts, right? But I mean, maybe some people like that. But Smax, I think I'm okay, right? In my situation, without saying anything, I think in your message you said one, like option 1 and option 2. Let's say I have option 2. I think it's the closest to the regular Switch, right? So I think it doesn't have more stuff. I think I'm okay with that, but maybe not. If it's not the case, I will die. I will die because it's gonna be very difficult. Theme override font. Do I have a font that is smaller than this one? It's 34, so I definitely have a font that is smaller. So let's use 28. Or we can use way like 23. We can make that very small. Also, my VBox has a theme override of like what, 10? It's too much. 5, 0. We could even have like less than that. This separator looks absolutely awful. That's one thing. It doesn't really matter, but it looks awful. Fill. Shrink center. Let's shrink its center and let's make its size, I don't know, 15. Why is it made like that? Oh, it's so stupid. It's not. So we make it shrink end, but then it... Oh, it's so fucking stupid. Okay, let's forget about that. Should be fine, I guess. Yeah, okay, cool. So let me try to go through the document really quickly, but I don't think it's the one I want. Publisher, age ratings. Anyone, okay, that we can talk about it, I think. Anyone familiar with age ratings stuff? I'm afraid that for the Switch, I need age ratings that are, that I need to pay for. Are you familiar with that? Basically, I need to go and look at the iArc. Maybe I can do that. iArc. We can look at this really quickly. And if I go onto the Nintendo Switch online documents, yes, I'm doing that live. I don't care. You'll need them, but I think they're most, if not all, free. Ah, okay, cool. Because on Steam, it's so freaking easy. On Steam, you just like a self-reported stuff. Remember, Balatro is rated 18 plus now. Yeah. It's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. It's really stupid. So I know that somewhere there is something interesting with a bunch of explanations of what you should do. I don't remember where it is. But there is an explanation of the different things you should do. Oh, this is here. So you can say we can say a lot of stuff about Nintendo, especially like the websites and the backend is terrible. But they have a lot of interesting informations, especially like common errors. And common errors is actually pretty cool. I think, for example, Steam should do that. Steam should definitely do that because I'm pretty sure Steam is refusing a ton of pages for stupid reasons, and they should do a checklist for the common reasons that are preventing people from publishing their pages. Maybe they are doing it, in fact, but I'm not aware of it. I think something like that. Isn't the same reasoning behind prohibiting chocolate cigarettes a gateway to the real thing? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's a good analogy. I mean, it is, right? But I don't know how useful it is in the case of chocolate cigarettes. That might be a bit stupid to say that because you fake it with this, you're going to do it with the real thing. Maybe the weird thing about the chocolate cigarettes is that the packaging actually looks like a real cigarette, so maybe that's why it's stupid. But in the case of Balatro, it's clearly that they are stupid, right? They are stupid. Oh, I'm afraid of something. I'm gonna have to check something, Smacks, because your suggestion of putting the game into 2D mode for the frame buffer, it might be a problem. It might be a problem for Glow. I need to check that. It might be a problem for Glow, because if I remember correctly, it has never been possible to do HDR in 2D in Godot. It was always a hack, and they were using 3D stuff for that. So maybe that would explain why the game suddenly runs better, because it would remove part of the glow. Which of course would make it run better, because glow is quite expensive. This is cool. Fuck, they're not talking about sync in here. Where can I find this information? Seriously. Where can I find this in this? I'm pretty sure I've read about something for VSync, but I have no idea where I can find that. Well, I'll find it later. For Balatro, isn't it because it's reminiscent of casinos and gambling? Yes, that's the explanation that they're using, but I think it's stupid. So the device is here, and the mode is here. The mode is here. I think it would make more sense to put the mode in here and to put the device in here, to put the FPS in here. Yes. And then I would put in here... So what did you say? You said GPU memory. We can use that. OS gets static memory usage. Mem. Let's put it. Let's say mem. Can I get? Is it possible to get? So FPS. I'm going to modify that. FPS is this. Mode label is this. Is it possible to get, so OS get static memory usage? That is interesting. Is there a way to get the frame stuff? Dynamic memory usage. Is that what I used? The amount of dynamic memory only works in debug. Only works in debug. Okay, that's good. The editor shows it, so there should be a way. The editor shows it. You're right. But I don't see it in here. Configure snap node. View. Preview canvas scale. Grid. Toggle. Show helpers. What is this? Where do you see it? Is it only on the 3D scene? Or... This is for the bone stuff. I don't know about that. The info box in toggle, you have to open it for a specific... You have to open it for the specific terms. Maybe in the editor?
The brisk chilling air is calling, and out there we're free to run and jump and live so wildly. Head first we'll go through places unknown, with nothing but the stars to light our way. And though the sun may set at night,
Well, I don't know. But we're going to find it, right? By doing OS get frame screen refresh rate. Isn't there a way? Just published on itch. Oh, sorry, I'm not showing you. Sorry, guys. Just published on itch the latest version of my Remager game, which is at last fun. I hope it was available on mobile platform as soon as they validate it. Yeah, send us the link. Send us the link. We might take a look. Delay. You can delay stuff. Okay. Get audio driver. Get current video driver. Connected MIDI inputs. Get the dynamic cutouts. Granted permission. Okay. Processor count. Processor ID. It's probably an engine. It's probably an engine. That's why we don't have it in here. Right? It's probably an engine. I don't know why. I feel like it might be an engine. Author info, copyright info, frames per second, frames don't donor info, get idle frame. Get idle frames? Get license info, get main loop. Get physics frame. Get physics interpolation fraction singleton version info. Is in physics frame. What's that mean, get physics frame? Returns the total number of frames passed since the engine initialization. Interesting. But I don't think we care about that. But if you test it, make sure I'm around to write your feedback. Okay. I can do it at the end of the stream, maybe. I put it on the side. Okay, I'm gonna look online. Godot get... Oh, but I opened up the wrong iArc. Rating for mobile, yeah. Godot get frame time. But I want like the measuring code performance. GPU time, CPU time. Oh, but the performance singleton is something in Godot 4, right? Oh, there is a performance singleton? What the fuck? What the fuck? The class provides access to a number of different monitors related to performance, such as memory usage, draw calls, and FPS. These are the same as the values displayed in the monitor tab in the editor's debugger panel. By using the getMonitor method of this class, you can get access to this data from the code. Oh, amazing. I didn't know about this one. I didn't know about this one. You need to enable time measurement first by calling that. This is something for Godot 4, right? You have to enable in first cGodot, cGitHub. It feels like this is Godot 4 though. No? I'm not sure it's been the same in Godot 3. Considering it's an open issue, most likely it is. Uh-huh. So otherwise you can ask the rendering server. Yeah, okay. Monitor, get monitor. Time, FPS, number of frames per second, number in that. Memory static, memory dynamic. Static memory currently used, not available in release builds. Dynamic memory currently used. What is the difference between static memory and dynamic memory? Look, I need to open up to the cat. Give me a second. Static is whatever is allocated at all the time. Dynamic memory might be freed, leaving a scene. Okay, so I'm more interested in dynamic, I guess. Object count, object orphan node count. Hey, this is cool. You can actually ask that directly in here. I know in verbose mode it's telling you, but this is interesting. Render objects and frame render vertices, material change, 2D items and frames, 2D draw calls in frames, video memory usage, the amount of video memory used, textures and vertex memory combined. So what is the difference? Static memory is like more on the CPU side? Or is it combining everything? Memory dynamic, and in here we have render video memory used, render texture memory used, render vertex memory used, the amount of video memory, texture and vertex memory combined. Maybe I need to... maybe this can be interesting. Get monitor. Performance. Get monitor. And this is performance. Get static memory usage. Get dynamic memory usage. Why is it not completing? Why are you not completing, you fucker? Don't we have access to the dynamic memory usage? I mean, it's the same, right? I don't know. Performance. Okay. Audio output. So unfortunately, it will not give us the time, right? Time FPS, number of frames, time process, time it took to complete 1 frame in second. So I want time process, I guess. I want time process, I guess. Static is whatever is allocated. Okay, memory. And I guess in here I could do frame time. So in here I could do frame time. That's cool. That is cool. Frame time, we can do... What is it going to be? It's going to be a float. We can do F. It's going to be in what? In seconds? It's going to be displayed in seconds. Is it written? Time it took to complete 1 frame in seconds, yes. %F. I could do 1F. Is it .1? I forgot. I don't need to do that when I only have 1. Mem text, dynamic memory usage. It's probably what? An int. And video mem, we're going to do in here. Video mem. Video mem. In here it's mem. That might be too big now. It will take a lot of space. Text is equal to, and we can do basically that. Vmem, I'm going to call vmem. Maybe there's a better way for that, but I don't know. Frame time. Blap. Okay. So it will look like this. Don't look at the size, okay? Don't look at it. Don't judge me, please. Please don't. Vmem, it's huge. Mem, it's huge. It's in what? It's called in. It's shown in what? And also 0 seconds. The why is it the case? What if I don't do that? Oh, it's 0.014. Okay, I guess I can show 3 point... What? No, it's 0.3 F. Yes, I can show 0.4 maybe. And memory, it's in megabytes, right? It's in megabytes. And vmem, it's in... What is it? What is the thing in here? The amount of video memory used. Like, it's a lot, as you can see. This corresponds probably to like 1.3 gigs. If I look at the debugger, I probably have the value in here. Monitors, physics, I don't care. Static, dynamic, memory dynamic, 3.6 megs. That's kind of what I'm seeing in here, roughly. A bunch of objects, raster, draw calls, and video memory, 1.21. They are using gigabytes. I don't know how you say that. So if I want to be correct, I would need to do the correct thing. Thanks for the stream. It's time for me to leave and go get my daughter. Goodbye. But I can just... I don't know. Is there a Godot thingy to convert? Godot convert megabyte to gigabyte and stuff. Is there something? Is there a neat little function? No, of course. I guess what can I do? What I can do at least to make it, because I don't need to be super precise. I can at least like divide, I don't know, by 1,000 in here, just to make it smaller, right? Fuck, I needed another one here. It's not where I wanted to do that. So it's expressed in megs. Three megs. I could make it float. I could make it float with like 2. Yes. I could make it float with like 2. And so I see 3.8 megs and 1,300 megs. That's what we have, right? And in here, dynamic is that, and static is that. Okay. The proper way to pronounce gigabyte is to add an additional byte every time. Arkham, have a good weekend if I don't catch you before the end of the stream. Thank you, Arkham. Good luck. And here we have the async compilation. Okay. What do we see? Sorry, let's launch that. What do we see? What do we see? Oh, I have VSync enabled in here because of the settings, right? So I see VSync, but if I remove VSync in here and I apply, now I'm running much faster. And do I see a difference on the frame time? Do I really see a difference on the frame time? Not that much, right? I could do time. Seeing the frame time in like that is really bad, in my opinion. I don't know what you think about it, but I think I'm going to do times 1,000, right? Float and operator. Yes. What are you doing, you fucker? VSync won't impact frame time unless you can't render in time. VSync won't impact frame time. What do you mean? It will though, no? Do I put it like that? What do you mean? Just go number in bytes, 30. Something I don't understand is right shift. Yeah. But I don't really understand this frame time in here. Why is it so high? Why is it so high? It doesn't correspond to the amount of to the number of FPS I have. You see what I mean? It's completely wrong. Monitors. Process. How can my process take so long? What's the unit reported? It's in milliseconds. I have the same number in here. I have the same number. It's milliseconds. It can't be. 60 FPS is 16 milliseconds, right? 60 FPS is 16 milliseconds. So how can I achieve more than 250 FPS with such a high frame time? I don't understand. It should be much lower, right? That's process, it's logic update, but feels really off. Yeah, but that's the only thing I have. Unless I use your stuff. You suggested something. You CPU times. You can then get CPU times and rendering the last frame using that. It's completely off. It's completely off. But I'm wondering if I should be the same. It is the same. It is the same between the what I see inside the engine and on the game, but it's wrong. I remember reading a conversation about that. Let me see if I can find it. It reminds me of something. Doesn't process run once per frame, making them equal for this purpose? It should be. It should be. A process should be probably includes the wait time. I don't know. But even if it included the frame time, process runs as fast as possible, right? So if I'm running at 250 FPS, then the frame time should be so much lower. I don't know. But we don't have the rendering server like that in Godot 3, do we? Do we have access to the rendering? Yeah, we don't have that. This is Godot 4 stuff. Rendering server. We don't have access to that in Godot 4. In Godot 3. You could try counting the process frames every second or so. I mean, I can look at the delta, right? I can look at the delta and do 1 divided by delta. Why am I not doing that? There should be a process frame since started property, I think. There is also that, but I don't think I need that. I can just look at the elapsed time between the previous frame and this frame. And it should give me a better result then. I mean, no, I want the frame time, sorry, so I can just look at delta. And I have the frame time in here. Right? Because on the Switch right now, just for you to know, I disabled VSync and I'm running at 60 FPS, like, locked. So I don't think it's because my game is, by magic, running at 60 FPS. It's probably just because 60 FPS is like the maximum I can, like I have VSync enabled. Oh no, I'm, sorry. I still have my settings, I'm stupid. I still have my settings, and for some reason, I don't have the focus on here. It's a good thing the Switch has title. Oh yeah, even with VSync enabled, disabled, I don't think it's doing anything. I guess it's forced by the console automatically, right? It would make sense. And so the frame time is still wrong. Like the frame time reported is 19 milliseconds, but I'm running at 60 FPS? This is not correct. This is not correct. They are really doing something weird in here. Glow is definitely disabled. Entirely. Wow, the game looks so much worse. It runs at a solid 60 FPS though. It runs at a solid 60 FPS, but also there's no glow. Also there is no glow. So clearly we can remove that. We can remove that. I can go into the settings. I think it's safe for me to remove VSync entirely, so I can remove display entirely. The first to be selected should be the language button. It would then select, if you go to the bottom, it would select the master slider, and master slider top should go into the language button. Let's make sure that the language button is window button. No, language button. Language button, grab focus. Okay. So that's one thing I wanted to do. I can have those settings like that, and so I can also put this shit to be a bit more like this. We don't need the scroll container anymore. So VSync doesn't do anything. That's a good thing to be aware of. We can enable it in here, I guess, but it's just not going to do anything. I can keep it as it was. We don't care. That is good. Fill in the options, whatever. In here, why not for the frame time? Why not, instead of doing this, why not just do delta? Why not just do delta times 1000? Am I crazy for doing that? So that's another thing. And then the other thing that we want to do is go into quality, frame buffer allocation, and I think we have to do with 3D. If set 2D without sampling or 3D without effects, sampler buffers will not be allocated. This means screen texture and depth texture will not be available in shaders, and post-processing effects such as glow will not be available in environment. So they're kind of telling us that if you're using 2D without sampling, it does that. But I can assure you that we don't have glow anymore. Right there. Right? I will take a screenshot and I will show you the difference. Look at that. Look at that. My frame time in here is much closer to reality. Roughly 3 milliseconds. Roughly 3 milliseconds. And is much closer to what I have in here, right? So you can see that there's no glow. The colors are wrong. I can give you a very simple example. Oh no, I can't. I can't launch like this. I can launch a game like this though. I can force a game. You will see that there is no glow anymore. And this is because this is from my understanding. Oh, there is glow. No, there is no glow. Right? No, there is no glow. It feels weird for a second. You're like, but I can see some glow, and it's not. It's just... So that's without it. And if we go in here and we enable 3D just as it was before, 3D, and we launch the game again. So from my understanding, it comes from the fact that Godot 2D is not really able to do... Oh yeah, the difference is huge. The difference is huge. The difference is fucking huge. To me, it comes from the fact that Godot 2D is not able to do correct... how is it called? To do correct HDR. It's actually a hack that is using some 3D things from the renderer to do the HDR. It's not like a proper 2D HDR, and that is why it took so long for them to try to port it to Godot 4, to port Glow to Godot 4, because they wanted to take the time to create real HDR in 2D. And so I think they did it. So can you see it? Can you see it? It's quite easy to see. In here, you really have a glow on the player, you have a glow on the bow, you have a glow on the player. In here, you have no glow. In here, it also changes the color because there's no glow. Even if the glow is very minimal, it does that. The biggest impact is whenever you're doing, when you're scoring. Whenever you're scoring, whenever you have a lot of effects on screen, when there is glow, you can see it. It's like obvious. It really shines. In here, it doesn't. So that's why it's running faster. Of course. That's why it's running faster. In here, I will put dynamic memory, because we don't know. So let's try to put it on the Switch again, and let's see what the performance is now. So I don't have access to that. I will keep the way I'm computing my frame time, I guess. What I should do is probably process that less often. We don't need to process that every frame. We don't need to update the thing every frame. So I'm probably going to go back to 57 FPS on the title screen, right? Because basically we re-enabled Glow. What I want is just to be at 40 FPS, I think. 40 FPS is fine when you are in handheld. I don't think I will achieve more than that, because, yeah, I don't know. 60 FPS in here, because there's nothing to show, basically. 55, 56 FPS on the title screen. I'm playing solo. I will launch the Pong boss. The frame time is all over the place. I hope it's okay. When it's like switching from one thing to another, it's sometimes dropping a bit. I hope it's fine. I'm at 40 FPS right now. 41 FPS, 42 FPS. So that's reasonable. As a player, it feels okay, honestly. You don't really see the difference, especially on a tiny screen like that. It feels okay. Now I will try to score, and it will have a big impact, I think. The scoring itself will make my FPS drop a bit, maybe. But after the first thingy, I think for some reason I will go above that. Yeah, I'm now at 52 FPS. After the first goal, I'm now at 52 FPS. I really need to understand why. But honestly, 52 FPS in handheld, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's definitely it feels good. It feels good so far. It feels good. Memory usage might be a bit high for the Nintendo Switch. Is it like on the PC? I don't know much about GPUs, but can you have an impact if you have what? Okay, no. Let me rephrase it. What happens if you're using too much memory? What happens on a GPU? Will it just crash? Will it just stop rendering stuff? Or will it get slower because it tries to maybe put some of that memory somewhere else? Because on a computer, I don't think it's really possible to crash from memory. It will basically put it in swap, but it will be much slower, right? All of the operations might be super slow because of that. GPU will swap to from RAM. Okay, it has access to that. Okay, interesting. If his RAM is full, RAM will swap to swap file. Yeah, okay. So the GPU will swap. So it's possible that my game runs a bit slow because it's using too much GPU memory, and so it has to swap a bit. Do I have access to that information? Do I have access to the swap information? Probably not. That is why having access to render doc would be really useful, I guess. And if disk is full too, at some point, I guess it crashes, right? Or it starts, I guess the OS before crashing will try to remove stuff. So it will crash some applications. It will kill some applications to free some memory, I guess. That's what I would do if I was writing an OS. Downloads empty bytes from the internet. It downloads more RAM. It downloads more RAM. Nintendo Switch GPU specs. Let's look at the GPU specs of the Switch. I do a quick break. I grab a coffee and I launch some pre-rolls. No, I launch some ads to remove the pre-rolls. See you really soon, okay? It looks like this. So the Billbuck, I actually didn't make the Billbuck. I got it, the Kendama. I got it on Sketchfab. I animated it, and I fucking created rope physics for that. I mean, I created it's in Blender, of course, but I actually used rope physics. What? Yes. I was comparing two things that were not comparable. And now it should work. Why? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Oh? Godot, Godota, Godot, 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 Godot. Gueule is not mouth, though. How do you call it in English? I don't think you can say that in English. Because gueule is normally for animals. Originally, when you say gueule, the modulate is not being used. The modulate is not being used. Because by default, when there's a shader in Godot 4, the modulate is not used. The fucking modulate is not used. Sorry about that. Maybe I'm done with the shader by then. You can share it on Discord. Okay. It's getting pretty crazy right now. Clearly the speed was not updating. so now it's updating. Okay, that's pretty cool. Going on vacation on Saturday. So the idea is very simple. The idea is to dog. Yeah, dog. I do agree. Okay, so there's no music, so I will do the music myself. Two. Are you ready? Let's go. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is it only visual stuff? It's not working. We have a problem. Okay. Let's stop everything. We want a polygon to have a look, and we want a label to have what? The letter. Exactly. Congrats. Kong the fucking rats. So guys, this is the result of the stream today. What you can see here is my voice being activated with the microphone, and the little cat is speaking only when I'm speaking, of course. And it works okay. So this is good. And this overlay is done in Godot. Everything is done in Godot, which is pretty cool. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm fucking stupid. I forgot. I forgot to add the dash bounce. Let's go, infinite bounce. Going on vacation on Saturday. So the idea is very simple. The idea is to using spatial sound effects. I think it can be interesting. So find oh fuck, I actually hurt myself with my No, of course you can't do that. No, it doesn't lag. You lag. Gulag. To the thing. You can change the jump, so you can try to go outside all the time. But that's cool. And you can reset. Oh, the reset should reset the position also. The rotation, sorry. Because right now I will put that as the one I want. I saved again. I fucking saved! I hate my life. I hate my life. I do Control S all the fucking time. And now it takes like 5 seconds. Oh, it's really time to stop. Okay. I'm worried it will look ugly as fuck. Oh, I said ugly as fuck and not ugly as fuck. Oh fuck, I think I understand now why some of my viewports might not react the way I wanted, because even though I knew that I was not supposed to put some of them in 2D, if I wanted glow, maybe I put some of them in 2D mode. Interesting. I forgot something. I need to go and grab something else. Keep in mind that the Switch uses Ununified memory architecture, so the notion of swapping between RAM and VRAM isn't applicable. Oh, unified, okay. In other words, it's shared. Yeah, I think you should definitely look into transparency stuff if you need more performance. Yeah? What do you mean, Smax? Like reducing transparency? I use a lot of transparency stuff. They have two switches. They have two GPUs. Maybe they made a slight upgrade. Okay, the first one was the one in 20 nanometers, but they still have the same. It's just the. It's the same, right? It's just. What? Recommended gaming resolution? It's not even 720p? Is it true? What? It can't be. Sorry, I'm not showing you. It's less than 720p? But all of the things are the same, right? All of these things are the same. Board number hack 0101. Where do I see this number on my thingy? I'm pretty sure I've seen it. Debug. SD card locking mode. Memory mode. As in GPU crash. Time test, I don't care. Play report, network device, controller, application. I know somewhere I've seen that. But anyway, what can we see? What can we see? Render config, memory size 4 gigs. Okay, so what we see is the unified memory, right? So it's fine. It's fine. We might agree that using 1.3 gig for Dash Pong is a lot. We might agree on that. But it might also be fine if the memory has like 4 gigs. Right? So it's really the exact same thing. It's just it's like I forgot the name of the resolution of the like la gravure. I don't know how you say that in English. Both revisions are geriatric circuit chips. They should be sent to the farm up north before the Switch was released in the first place to put it populate. Yeah, I know. It's outdated before, even before it's out. It's crazy. Let's look at the GPU. The Switch Lite has the same GPU or not? GPU variant, GPU in GM. It's the same. So that's a good thing, right? The Lite version just comes from the fact that it has like no detachable Joy-Cons, I guess. Interesting. Pure Video HD VP9. Okay. I mean, I'm fine with that. I'm just very curious about the gaming resolutions that they're showing in here. What is the Switch resolution? The maximum video output resolution is 1280 by 720 pixels. In TV mode, it outputs via the HDMI cable. Spécification technique. Yeah, up to 1080. I hope that the Switch 2 will probably be like, it will probably still be 720p, I think. considering that the Steam Deck is still 720p, I think they're going to keep it 720p to make sure that in console, in handheld mode, it just runs like super smoothly. But it's probably going to go up to 4K in TV mode, I think. So yeah, the resolution is 1280 by 720, so I don't know why they're talking about a resolution like that. This is weird, right? Don't you think it's weird? Recommended gaming resolutions? I find it slightly weird. Okay, now before we move to the Pong stuff, because I still want to do that. First thing, iArc. Really quickly, iArc for developers is free of cost. Rating process, okay, can be finished in a few minutes. So I guess I need to do that as soon as I can, right? I need to do that as soon as I can. When can I use? What do I? Who makes? Developers can request a rating check. If you choose to contact iArc, we will contact whatever personal information we'll collect. Okay. Okay. Questions, comments, or complaints. Okay. You need should be directed to the questions, comments, or complaints. Okay. Otherwise, questions related to this is such an old way of doing with things. Why is there no easy way to do it online? Like, just give me a fucking... Developers can request a rating check from any of the rating their games or app has been assigned. Rating process. New app, developer, storefront, blah blah blah. Anyway, okay, so it seems to be relatively easy, so I should do that as soon as I can. That way, it's gonna be done. Give me 2 seconds. I took my little performance enhancing drug. IR rating. I will put it in here. This is Switch specific, but we'll do it later. Okay, performance on Switch. Anisotropic filtering, we did that. Tone map and adjustments, I didn't try that. Maybe I should. My debug layer is cool. Settings is cool. We have a bunch of stuff. So settings, remove vsync. Remove useless, and debug layer, show more stuff. Okay. I would love to understand what's happening. After the first goal. On goal, we emit the signal, we play that, we play the shockwave. If not goal anim, if goal anim, we play the shockwave, we shake, we push objects, we emit the signal, and we set the score. And we set the team score. And we do that. How do we know that it's finished? How do we know that it's finished? Push all objects. P2 score anim. How can I measure that? How can I measure that? How can I see what's happening? I have no idea what could be happening. Player push. Push all objects. It's pushing a bunch of objects. After the goal, it's resetting stuff. On goal timer timeout. So on the Pong, when you score on training timeout, on training goal, you do that. We don't even do anything particular. We don't even do anything specific, right? The ball gets destroyed. Hey, I'm going to give doing an indie showcase thing a try for games worked on in 2024. Would you be interested in having something shown? Just need a Steam page. Jitspo. That's super cool. Yeah. I'm working on Hyperslice. So I guess there's that. For some reason, of course, it doesn't work. So let me put it in here. I'm working on. I'm theoretically I'm working on Hyperslice right now. I'm not, but that's my main game. But that is cool. An indie showcase. Would it be live? Would you do a live showcase? So the only thing is I'm removing the ball, right? Is it Spawn ball? Doing a live stream on January 11th. Let's go. That sounds cool. Okay, let me try to relaunch it on the Switch. And I will see. That's super cool. That is super cool. Why would it go up after the first goal? What could happen? It's probably because I'm removing something. Can I post a link? Oh yeah, sure. Please do. Please do. Please do. Sorry. The cats are constantly trying to go in and out. It's frustrating as fuck. What is happening? Attention indie devs. I'll be doing a live stream showing off a bunch of indie games on January 11th. Okay, if you worked on a game. So I don't need to reply, right? I don't need to reply. Let's go. I got you. But you can, if you want to make it more official, maybe some more people will see it. Makes sense. You're right. Thank you for organizing something like this. I'd love for you to showcase Hyperslice. Could I use the shorter version? I prefer to have the shorter version in here. Hey Ahmed, how are you doing? How are you doing? So let me check. I'm checking something on the Switch. That's why you don't see anything. Let's launch the Pong boss. Oh, you know what I should do? I should try to see if the performance is better after a goal on another mode also. So right now I'm running at 42 FPS. VMM is at 1338, which is a lot. I know, but don't say anything. Don't say anything bad. 23 milliseconds for frame time. I know it's not amazing, but hey, I do my best. The Switch is really bad. Okay. No. Okay, score. And now all of a sudden, boom. What happened? What is happening? What is happening? Torso tennis is so freaking fun. Torso tennis is so freaking fun. Turnip Mountain, let's go. It consumes. Alpine Lake. Is it specifically with Godot? No, okay, no. Okay, cool. Nice. And we have some people liking that. You know what? Maybe I will close the thing that is... I was trying to help people get visibility. Yeah, cool. That's definitely cool. I will definitely talk about that. If you make an announcement, if you make another announcement, I might as well, or maybe I would just put this. I do a monthly recommendation and stuff like that. So I could put, but by the time I do it, you're probably going to be full. So I will either put this message on Blue Sky in that newsletter, or your announcement if you have like enough people or whatever. You see what I mean? I'm sorry, I'm not making a lot of sense right now. I'm tired. But basically, I will talk about it. That's what I'm trying to say. Because that's a cool initiative. And boom. So 52 FPS, we have that. Let's try. What if I go on the levels? I need to go on a level where I can. Score, right? So maybe in battles, for example. Okay, what did you say? By the way, those stars in the background, are those particles? Particles, yes. The things that are moving, yes, particles. Wonder what performance says if those are not visible. Performance is not very heavily impacted by those because particles are relatively performant. I guess they could have an impact because they are using light also to change color, so it might have a slight impact, but not as much as you would think. No worries, this is my first time doing something like this, so I have no idea how it's going to go and how many people are going to submit. Basically letting people submit until the end of the year, and hopefully there's a non-unreachable amount of games to show off. Yeah, I see. A German YouTuber I know does something like that once every 3 to 6 months or so, sitting together with a few friends, live streaming them, watching the trailers and commenting on them. Always a fun time to watch. Around 20 to 30 trailers. Yeah. If I can recommend something, Jitspo, definitely don't include too many trailers. I watched the TGCA, whatever, like the Game Awards for the people that can't afford the Game Awards. It was way too long, and it was only like 2 hours and it was 2 hours and 10 minutes or something, but it was trailers after trailers after trailers. No breaks, nothing. It was just constant trailers in your face, and you had no idea when it was going to end or what were the categories or whatever. So it was a lot. I think it can be better. Game Awards, PTSD, exactly. Okay, so let's try. I'm in here. I'm at 42 FPS again. I will score. Boom, I score, and now I'm at 50 FPS. Guys, I don't understand. The moment I score, something happens, and I have more FPS. The moment I score, I have more FPS. What is going on? I mean, not the moment, but just after the first goal, FPS, I gain like 10 FPS. Any change scoring these spawns or stop something that's initialized in a different way? That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out. That's my idea also. I know it's removing the bull. That's the first thing. It's removing the bull for sure. It's despawning the bull. But this is not enough, right? This is not enough to have an impact, especially since in this particular mode that I was trying, which is defend or paddle, you have a bunch of bulls spawned at any time. And if I look at it, paddle, so level shoot paddle, initially I'm not even spawning a bull, so I'm not doing that. So it's mostly, I guess it's something about what is happening when there is a goal, right? It's probably what happens when there is a goal, and not necessarily the fact that we are removing an object. Because the object is the same. It's the exact same object spawned the same way. In this particular case, it's the same. In level Pong, it's different, I think, but in the end, it's the same. It's spawning the same scene. Good luck figuring out your performance stuff. Jispo, thank you. Thank you. Also, my level cleared screen now looks like shit. Can I show you that? Look at how awful it is. OBS. No, it's Ninja. Look at how awful it is. Where's my phone? Yes, it's here. Back camera. Look at how awful it is now. I'll remove that. I'm removing the blur, so I changed the color, and I didn't preview what the color was going to be. So it's very green. It's like hard to read it. I think what I might do is make it entirely, like remove the transparency when you are in handheld mode, right? Entirely. I just spawn a new scene. That way I have full control on what it looks like. That might be better. That might be easier, right? This is incredible how it works. It works so good, this thing, to stream your phone. Anyway, I remove it. I will put it on my to-do list. I will not do it right now. Adapt based on mode. Level clear and match finished without transparency in handheld. Okay. So let's look at it. On Go, you change the stats. It shouldn't change anything. You play some Go, you shake, you start vibrating some stuff, you update the score. In this case, you push all of the objects, you start joy vibration, you emit, and you do that. So it's not really doing anything special, right? I guess the only thing that we see is that we play the shockwave from the position. So what happens if I cheat in here when I'm ready? What happens if I yield, get tree, create timer, I don't know, 3 seconds, timeout, and then I do that? What happens if I do that? Because I don't know why it would be this, but you never know. You never know. Let's try this. And I guess this is the last thing I do, because I was not supposed to spend so much time on Dash Pong today. I wanted to work on Pong with Windows, because I need to make the video. It would be good to make it before. I think it will have to be after Christmas. I have too much stuff on my plate to make that video for next week. But I really want to make one. My goal was to make another video before the end of the year, because I made nothing this year. But doesn't really matter, right? It was more like a symbol than something I really need to do. Oh my god, the game takes so long. So long to load. But I can't load in a thread, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I can't. Okay, let's go. 16. Let's go solo. I'm using that. Boop. Let's go. I put it in all of the training modes, right? So if I go on the Pong boss, it should also work. So we start the Pong boss. We start at 41 FPS. How do you explain that? I'm not crazy. It is. It is the shockwave. It's coming from the shockwave. What the actual fuck? Okay, I need to try it again. I will try it again with like the paddle mode. Why not? I'm running at 42 FPS. Oh yeah, but in the paddle mode I can't, because we don't have the right thingy levels. Maybe in Brick Breaker. What? What the fuck? I'm running at 52 FPS. It's pretty good, right? 52 FPS. I didn't have to do a whole lot to achieve that. Of course, the game looks slightly worse than what it should, but I mean, 52 FPS in handheld, it's pretty good, I think. I'm okay with that. I don't know how I don't know how Nintendo will react to that. I don't know if they care that much. But okay, I have a hard time understanding why it is the case. Unfortunately, I can't run in here. I can't test that. It won't work. Why exactly would that be the case? Play visible is equal to true and visible is equal to false. Oh, that is why. This is why. No way. No way this is why. No way. It's because by default it's visible. No way. No way. Animation player, play shockwave. What is the shockwave? What is it doing? It's just modifying the values. Consight invisibility, yep, just seen it. I'd still try to hold for a solid 60 FPS for battery life alone. What do you mean? What do you mean for battery life alone? Oh, because you mean if I run at 60 FPS, it means that it runs smoother? Yeah, okay. Yeah, fair enough. If you hit 60, there's room for more. Yeah, fair enough. So you think it's that? Just having the shockwave? I mean, yes, the shader is still here, right? Wow. I never thought about that. Like, you don't even think about those, because on PC, unless you have a very complex game, it will never be a problem, right? Wow. The Switch is a good way to remember that you are a bad developer. It's a humbling experience, right? It is using screen texture, right? So it has to copy the screen texture. Yeah, exactly. You're right. That's exactly it. It has to do a bunch of operations, and the Switch is bad. Hey, Jokowent, how are you doing? Can Switch do 60 FPS? Right now, I'm approaching 52 FPS, so not too bad. And honestly, Dash Pong is a game that will probably be played on the TV, right? Most people will experience it on the TV, so it will be the best experience where I can enable everything and still run at 60 FPS. So I think I'm okay with having the handheld experience be slightly worse, not necessarily in terms of performance, but in terms of graphics. I'm fine all year here. Let's go. 60 FPS in 720p. What about docked in 1080? Weirdly enough, 1080 is not a problem, because when the console is docked, it's so much more powerful. I think could be great and handheld traveling in trains and similar. Yeah, totally. It could work, and that's why I still want to have it like work correctly. But yeah, Lupo, hello. Okay, let's go into solo training mode. Let's try that again, okay? Let's try it again. Pong boss. And so now, theoretically, I should start at 50 FPS. I start at 50 FPS. Fuck. This is so stupid. I didn't think about that. I simply didn't think about that. You know, out of convenience, what I usually do when I work with VFX or stuff like that is I simply modulate my elements instead of making them not visible, right? Because toggling visibility usually is it doesn't look good. You want to modulate, you want to like ease things in and out. One thing I didn't consider is that whenever you hide something, Godot tries to not update it. It will not update it, right? So it's actually pretty interesting to hide stuff when you know you don't need it. I will keep that in mind. It's an easy way to optimize. I just never thought it would be such a big impact, to be honest. Is GDScript running as interpreted language, or is it compiled to native code when building? It's compiled interpreted bytecode. So we are running at 52 FPS. We are running at 52 FPS. I'm hiding the shockwave. So we should get a bit more performance, which is good. Let me do a test. Let me do a quick test. How does it run when we play in normal mode? Like, with multiple... Because theoretically it would lag a bit more. I think it lags a bit more when you do play with two people. I play on this map, boop and boop, boop. You want 60? Ideally 60 would be good. Holy shit. Why do I run so low in here? On the game scene, on the normal game scene, I run at 26 FPS. This is not good, but I don't know why I run so low, though. $21, $23. Yeah, it's pretty low, right? After the first goal, it's even lower. Probably because... Why do I run so low in here? I probably have the same problem in the game scene. For UI and menu, it's okay to run low FPS. It's quite the opposite. UI and menu, it actually runs incredibly fast. Just thinking about it, you should add the number of render calls to your on-screen stats. Maybe, yes. The visibility you should have shown that way. Do you really think I would have seen it? Like, I don't know how many calls I have. I don't know what is normal or not. So I'm not sure I would see it. What is this? Oh, it's a background. I just have a background in here. It's one more render call after all. To not waste battery life, you would rather have it run on low FPS in there. Actually, no. I totally disagree. It doesn't really work that way, in fact. On the Switch, the thing is, you're locked to 60 FPS max, first things first, and then you want your UI to feel responsive, so you don't want to run your UI at 20 FPS. That would be horrible. It would be horrible. So I think it's totally fine to run at 60 FPS. Yeah. No, but UI should run at 60 FPS, especially since many UI elements have like animations and particles and stuff. No, it's so weird. Why would you do that? It's noticeable. For UI, it really depends how it's designed. If it's something that is mostly static, like the Godot engine, why not? But if it's something that is a game where you have a bunch of stuff moving, you have animations, you have things moving on screen, I don't see why you would go and lower and render at a lower frame rate. I think it makes no sense. And it's not the 30 seconds that you're spending in the UI that is going to eat your battery. And if you're spending a lot of time in the UI doing nothing, then why are you doing it? You see what I mean? I don't see the purpose in here. We are not talking about a device. We are not talking about a phone, right? We're not talking about a phone that is mainly displaying UI. And so in that way, it might be interesting to optimize as much as possible. When you're running a game, I don't know. I feel like it would be very, very useless. So the shockwave is here. The shockwave is the same shockwave, so it's visible false. Even big games do this on PC, June. I see the opposite, actually, but maybe. I actually saw the opposite. I actually saw games that were, especially when you don't have VSync enabled, that were exploding in FPS count when you were in the menus, because the menus are so simple to render. Devs unlocking VSync during loading was like a fad. Oh, really? No, but if you don't have VSync, I think in many games you will see your FPS explode during menus and stuff like that. Then he stopped doing it after RTX 40s blew up. So now that we know that, is the pause menu toggling its visibility? If it talks 60 minutes, it doesn't really matter. It is locked to 60 FPS. Fuck. So what we have to do, we have to go through all of those things. That's what we need to do. In fact, we are going to have the performance that we need by simply removing those, making them not visible. So it's not going to be that hard. We just need to make sure that the warp, the glitch, the CRT, and the radial blur are all invisible when not used. Same thing for the pause menu. Inside the pause menu, everything should be not visible. Okay. I will list them really quickly. Warp, glitch, CRT, radial blur. So that's why it's lagging. It's doing all of those things constantly. Interesting. The replay UI, there should be nothing. Inside the HUD, we might have some interesting things though. Inside the HUD, we might have some things, right? We have this blur. HUD, we have the blur and the colored blur that are constantly visible. They are just modulated or LOD 0. Interesting. And also those things are here constantly. Can you code in C++ and Godot? If so, is there a performance difference? Oh yes, of course there will be, but not in the way you think. In a normal game, like normal game code, you won't really see a difference. I think it would be a big mistake. You would just spend more time dealing with C++ instead of making a game. Now, if you need to do something really specific, you have an AI that takes a lot of power, you have to run some procedural code or whatever, then why not? But for game code, basically GDScript is just glue that behind the scene is calling C++, right? You have to think it that way. It's not like GDScript is actually running the entire thing. Your GDScript is just calling the functions inside of the engine. So most of the time, it's not GDScript that is the bottleneck. It's the kind of graphics that you're trying to display, the shaders, the textures. It's rare that you're trying to do a for loop on like a gazillion elements or like incredible computation that are slow. Oh, okay, so that's exactly what Smax is also saying. Playing without VSync using RTX 40 cart is neat. when you want to have heating at home. Okay, guys, I think we can stop in here for the Switch. I think we can stop here for the Switch. I'm happy. To be honest, I'm happy that I know what to work on. I have a few things to finish. This CRT shader is doing nothing, right? Do I see a difference if I launch the game and I remove and I add the CRT shader? Because I'm not using the thing anymore. Let me see. Let me check something. Ooh, look at that. 600 FPS. Boom. What is happening if I do that? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I can just remove it. Honestly, on the Switch, I can just remove it. On the Switch, I can just remove it. It's making the whole thing slightly darker. But because I was using the CRT shader before, because I was using a bunch of effects and the fact that it's warping and stuff, but I don't use that enough. My game has absolute hot graphics, render a single triangle. The heat is mainly from my CPU, not my GPU. Configure the FPS counter. Yeah, so I could remove that to gain even more power. Just for the test, let's run this on the Switch and let's see the effect of removing that shader, just that single shader. Are we hitting 60 FPS? So let's run that on the Switch really quickly. Vulkan. Vulkan is horrible. I hate Vulkan. So I don't know how our friend Torquedo was able to run transparent windows on Vulkan, because I can't do it. I don't know why, but I can't do it. Me when Vulkan explodes. Vulkan is shit. Come on. Why are you so slow? Vulkan seems very complicated. It is. Oh, and I run at a solid 60 FPS now. Solid 60 FPS. Let's keep it that way. Let's keep it that way. I simply disable the CRT. 60 FPS, solid. Try building his fork. No, I don't want to. I don't think the fork is really doing anything, to be honest. Maybe it's just that I missed something with Vulkan and I was not able to do it. Maybe if I search for transparent... Hey, you know what you did? You know what you did? You know what you did? By transforming me, you actually ran a shortcut and it opened up a new incognito tab. Let's transform when discussing serious stuff. That's true. That's true, you're right. Let's do transparent window, Vulkan, Godot. Oh wow, I have a big mouth. No. That could be an emote. That should be an emote. It is going to be an emote. It is going to be an emote. This is going to be a good one. This is going to be a good one. Okay, guys. Pretty happy about that. So let's say goodbye to the Switch for now. We are making some progress. This is nice. This is nice. This is nice. This is nice. So let's close that. Exit. Yes. Let's open up this. In here, I set to invisible when not using. In here, the lock is true. Okay. Update. I don't care. Training.gd. Did I change something? Oh, yes. I need to remove that. Is that the only thing? Yes, I can remove that. Discard the changes. And here, don't show CRT to go 60 FPS. Let's go. Sync that. Very good. How to make transparent windows and go to 4. Maybe that's what we need to see. Open recent. Let me open up window Pong. Do we have informations about that? Window transparency does not work. It still appears in Vulkan window transparency isn't as well supported as with OpenGL. Are you using hybrid graphics? With compatibility, the black disappears. Which graphics card are you using? Get 3. Windows set flag. Okay, closing in favor of this is likely some underlying issue. Window per pixel transparency does not work on hybrid GPU systems. I don't have hybrid GPU systems. I don't have that, but it still doesn't work for me. But anyway, doesn't really matter. Oh. Alright, are you ready? I will pull just in case, but I think it should be fine. Let's launch Godot with an S. I will just write down something. Let's open up Godot 4.4 Dev 7. As you can see, I'm on bleeding edge. I will open up window Pong, and we are ready to play. So I will just write down the FPS would go up after the first goal as the shockwave node with a shader was made not visible. This would reduce the... This would make it stop processing and thus... I need to do that with all the effects in the game scene. Okay, cool. This is going to be so much more efficient. This is really nice. Where are we, guys? I just need to create editor setup. I just need to change that because my editor, I think, is trying to run on screen 3. So let's run on primary screen. Let's run the game. Let me show you where we are. You're not going to see... interestingly enough, this is weird. Oh, I knew it was going to be weird. I knew it was going to be weird. Because I'm on multiple screen, that's why it's doing that. Ah, fuck. Okay. I'm on multiple screens. Is that why? No, it's placed at the wrong spot in here. On one screen it works fine, on multiple screens it's slightly buggy. But basically what you see is that... is that we have our both stuff. I can pause the game. I can enable or disable window blur. Don't mind it. There's always on Windows 10. There's this weird stuff with my GD extension. On Windows 11, it works fine. So I will definitely do the recording on Windows 11 at the end. I just don't care. This window is not blurred because every time I hide the window, Godot behind the scene is probably doing something. You probably can't really hide a window, right? I don't know if anyone is familiar with Windows in here, but it's probably not really possible to hide a window. So what Godot does behind the scene when you hide a window is that it kills it. And so each time I'm creating this window, in fact, it doesn't work. The blur doesn't work because it's the wrong handle that has been set, I think. So a solution would be to change the way I'm doing that, which is not super complicated, I guess. But I don't know if I care that much. I just have problems with the way it's placing my goals. Now I should have goals, basically. Just use the Win API, very simple. Show window, hide. I don't know if they're doing that behind the scene. I don't really care, to be honest. Oh, also I tried to animate it, I guess. The animation looks really bad. The animation looks really bad because it's animating from the top left. I feel like Torquedo is not doing that, but I don't know how I would do it. Maybe there's a way to tell the window to not be resized from the top left. But I can also probably just like compensate the placement at the same time as I'm scaling it, right? I can probably do that, but that's okay. Otherwise it works. I need to figure out why the placement is so wrong though. Let's quit that. I need to figure out why the placement is so wrong. So on my laptop yesterday it was working fine, but also probably because my laptop is just one screen, so it was just easier. Let's take a look at how we're doing that. And before we do that, it's because the blur is applied only when we are ready. The blur is applied only when we are ready. Toggle blur. Oh, you know what I could do? I could do export var, refresh handle. Boo, by default it would be false because all of my blur stuff should be false. But on this specific blur, I would make it be true, refresh handle. And so every time you toggle, you would refresh the handle. So if refresh handle, you would go and grab the handle. So what I could do is create a function called get handle in here. Get handle. It would make more sense to do that, right? So that it gives us the thing. No, not this one. This one, int. What is happening? There's no music. Oh, it's buggy again. If refresh handle, you do handle equal to get handle, and in here you do that. You return an int and you return that. So var new handle int handle, you fucker. Handle, what the fuck am I doing? Return the new handle. Okay, we have that. You do that initially, then you toggle, you do this. And when you toggle, if you refresh, you need to get the handle first. Maybe that will fix it. Maybe not. I have no idea. Let's try. It does, but only if we are... Yeah, so each time it's showing... So it works in here, right? Every time it's showing, we should toggle the blur. So up here, the moment you're setting it to be that, you can tween the callback. So the callback is toggle blur, and you can bind that. Toggle blur is not declared in the current scope because it's on the blur thingy. Let's grab the blur. We could also just not do that. That would also work. And now it is blurred. That's good. Okay, cool. I fixed it. The blur is sometimes a bit weird. Sometimes the blur is not working. You see? You see how here it's slightly... Sometimes it's not working? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. It's cool though. With blur, it looks really good. And on Windows 11, the blur looks so much better because the title also is blurred. So it looks really seamless. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. I'm just going to remove my switch. Give me a second. I'm just going to put my switch back in the... I'm going to remove it from my wonderful desktop. That way it's going to feel less crowded for me. Alright. To do fix blur not showing when we are visible, yes, it's not a problem. So, okay, we fixed this. This is good. Now let's fix the placement of the goal. So I'm putting the goal left at the screen position. At the screen position, screen size, I'm putting it at 0. And this is wrong. It should be at screen position. Right? Screen position.x. Screen position.x. Where is it? I don't see it. The only problem is that it's difficult to go back to here. Why is it not working? Goal left position, screen position. Oh fuck, I'm already putting it at screen position here. I didn't realize. I didn't realize. So that should work then. So that should work then. But you can clearly see that the X... Oh, no. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. No. I'm stupid. Because positioning the objects... Not good, not good, not good. That's not what I want. Positioning the objects. Those are not positioned like that. They should be positioned compared to the viewport, right? I don't need to think about the screen position, I think. I need to think about the size of the window. So if I do get viewport rect size, what is this? Viewport, right? This is what I want. This is what I want. And so in here, I want to be left position. I want to be at 0. And it doesn't need to be a vector I, in fact, because those are like just node 2Ds. And screen size, not really. Okay, let's remove that for now. Let's just do get... let's look at the viewport. The viewport is the right size. Perfect. The viewport is slightly bigger. That's fun. They're 2 pixels more than the actual screen size for some reason. I don't know why. I don't think it's a huge deal though, but we can use that instead. Let's call it var viewport size. Let's do that. And so we can put it at 0, viewport size.y divided by 2. And the right position should be at viewport size .x, and that divided by 2. Yes, we could make it even simpler by using control nodes instead of using rect. But as you can see now, so you don't see because you don't see the whole screen. But if you want to see the whole screen, I could show you the whole screen. I could show you the whole screen. I could make it is it really a reference? Does it have to be a reference? What? Maybe it cannot be something else. But it's squished now, though. Okay, I will put it like that for a moment, just so that you can see the entire screen. And so you can see what I'm talking about. But those are the goals on the side, right? It makes sense? I think it makes sense. It makes sense. So, you know what? Now I can do this. It's a cool thing. I can use the entire thingy. So I have the position. Now one thing I need to do is count the score. So every time the goal is not doing anything, in fact. The goal has a shape for now. I will probably, you know what? I will probably make it react to signal bus goal. Connect on goal. I will probably define in here an enum that will be a side, left, right. That way we can use this. The goal is giving us the side, right? Connect on goal. We can put this in here. Func on goal. Side, it's an int. It's an int, or can we say that it's actually a side like that? Does that work? In Godot 4, it should not be a problem, right? Global side. It was a problem on Godot. My signal bus is created after globals and signal bus. Yeah, it should be fine. I will put in here, like, I don't know, to do VFX. Oh, VFX, particles, whatever, something. Okay, cool. Each time we are detecting, so this is on the bull, we are detecting that we are hitting a goal in here. We need to check if it's the goal on the left or on the right. So this is on the left. This is how I compute if it's on the left or on the right. Initially, I thought about creating, I thought about like detecting, like using the physics server the same way we were doing it in the for the rest of the game, but I decided to simply, instead of doing that, I simply decided to check the size, because I know that the goal should be on each side. So I'm cutting corners in here. Of course, if you want to put the goal somewhere else, you need something more dynamic, but in my case, I said it should be fine. I decided it was fine. So let's do that. I'm gonna walk a bit because I didn't walk today. Okay, perfect. Let's go. So if it's roughly equal in here, we have a goal. Print goal left, and in here goal right. Amazing, right? Print with a T, yes, thank you. Then I will do signal bus. I will emit the goal, emit with side left, and I need globals for that. It would be cool to be able to define global enums somewhere, right? It would be a cool Godot feature to just be able to do, instead of doing enum, you would do like @global, or I don't know, something, and you would be able to define global enums. I think that would be useful. I don't see any reason to not do it, I guess. Okay, so now that we have this, we can actually go into the score and we can connect it. So UI score scripts, boop, we can connect it and we can do stuff about that. Whoa, what did I write? Func ready, signal bus, goal, connect, on goal. The new syntax for signals is so much better. Like it was a fucking pain in before that. I'm really happy about this change in Godot 4. I'm just afraid of the fact that I'm just afraid of the stability in Godot 4. But apart from that, the game is really cool. The engine is so much better. So we have left and right. Let's grab those two references. Spoop, stack. initially I will probably not make it super, like initially I will probably not make it like super beautiful, but yeah. Do I want the UI to keep track of the score? No, probably not. Probably not. I'm just afraid of something, and it is I'm just afraid of something, and it is the signal reaction. Like, when are things going to react to what signal? You see what I mean? I don't know if I can manage that easily. Like the order of execution, that's what I'm trying to say. It was not super clear, but I'm trying to manage the order of execution. So can I easily know that one thing is going to react earlier than another? I don't know. And so, for example, in here, what I want is, let's say that the game keeps track of the score, maybe. Oh, so maybe what I do is... No, I don't know. I was going to say maybe what I do is I do two different signals. Like maybe you react to a score, and then the game counts the score. The game counts the score, and it then sends a signal to the UI, like score updated. And so the UI doesn't really react to the score. Yeah, I think it's safer, because the game might have other things. Yes. Makes sense. Makes sense. I don't know if you see what I mean, but the game might do something else. So let's do score updated. And the score will be... we are two players. It's a dictionary. It could be something else. I don't know. And so, in fact, the score in here, we are going to connect score updated on score updated. I prefer to have that. It's going to be better. Score, which is going to be addict. And I think I'm going to have left text is equal to %d of score, and I'm looking for side left, and in here I'm looking for side right, with globals, of course. And I'm doing right. Okay, I think that makes sense. Score updated, it's better. In the signal bus, I have score updated. There is currently no description for this signal. Okay, cool. So in here, we keep track of the score. Which is a dictionary. With globals side left equal to 0, and we global side right at 0 too. We could put that into the how do you call that? It should be a suffix, right? W window, like W player, W bull, W score. Oh, but now we have the beautiful ability to do that. Amazing. Yes, I think it should be that. So score It could be in the globals, that way it's available to everyone. Yeah. Okay, so W pause, W player 1, W, because those are windows, and so that way it's an easy way to understand that they are windows. W score, W. I could have done a search and replace instead of doing all of that. It would have been better. Space, no. W. Okay, good. And so now we have the score. And so each time there is a score, we are going to react to that. So in here we do that, we position the object. What I'd like to do usually is signal bus connect as early as possible. So go connect on goal. The on goal is going to be here. Func on goal side, global side, skibidi bop, and I can do score. I can do score of side plus equal 1, and I can then do signal bus emit score updated emit, and I pass the score. Great. So now what happens if we do that? We launch and boom, score 1. So what we need, of course, is when there is a goal, we need to stop the ball and we need to respawn it. We are not going to really respawn it. We are going to hide it, and but now we can count the score. I know it's amazing. What a crazy idea, right? What a crazy idea. So when we have that on goal, we want to reset the ball. So we count that and we reset the ball, and I guess we have a small countdown maybe to do a countdown before launching the ball again. Probably. Probably. What time is it? It's 6 p.m. Okay, let's make some progress. I think I'm gonna add some visuals also. Add some VFX today, maybe. That could be cool. Reset the ball. Reset the ball. The ball position is this one, right? So we can do that. The ball position. The ball, I should call a reset function maybe inside of the ball. It should have a reset function. Func reset. And the ball itself could move where it should be. I don't know. Maybe what I will do is I will have like more VFX so it will look better. Like maybe I hide it. Maybe I hide it temporarily. Like I make it explode. Maybe I make it explode, and then I make it shape. I shape it up. Like maybe I just simply scale it like that to make it like to make it appear. Yeah, we can have something like that, I guess. So reset would reset to a specific position, but why are we not doing it ourselves? I don't know. Maybe I do reset with a position. Let me think about that. Maybe do reset with a position, and I do hide is equal to true. It's a boolean. I tell it's a boolean and it's true by default. Maybe I do that, and so I call reset with this. That way it's easier. And when I'm ready, later on, I can do appear. Right? Maybe I do that. On goal, I will have a bunch of stuff. Screen position not declared in here. Screen position is not declared in here? Why is it not? We have the screen position. It's a global now. I think we have globals. Screen position. We don't need to calculate those. We have it inside of the globals. Because it's always the same thing. It doesn't change. Screen size. Fuck, I clicked at the wrong spot. Screen size, screen size. Screen size. Screen size and screen size. Globals, boop. Yes, perfect. And so in here, globals, screen size. Let's go. W ball. So you reset it. And then you appear. So this is later. To do sequence the VFX and then make the ball reappear. Something like that. Countdown before launching the ball again. Yeah. Totally. So right now, when we reset, it's gonna maybe we make it appear right away, right? So in here on goal, we need to have a function update shape. No, it's not that. It's the ball. Sorry. In here, we want a function called appear. And in here, we're going to do some stuff. I'm probably going to use a tween appear, tween. And I might do some if tween here. If tween. Perfect. So in here, position is equal to position. Hide means that we change the sprite visibility. We say visible is equal to false. When we appear, we're going to change that. I don't know where exactly. We're going to make it true. I don't have access to the sprite for some reason, because I'm a fucker. So sprite 2D, I'm going to call it sprite. And if anything, I'm using sprite. I'm not using the sprite size in here. Interesting. I am using in here. Okay. Cool. We can close that. Okay, print, set space, reset. So we are just resetting that. Oh, in reset, very important, we need to set the velocity to be equal to 0, right? We don't want the velocity to be greater than 0. So we reset it to 0. Position is equal to the position, and the sprite is not visible. Very good. That's the first thing we should do, probably. Okay. And so when we appear, I'm gonna tween appear. I'm gonna tween appear. Tween interval. No. Tween property. The sprite. I want to change the scale to be final value of vector2.1. I think it has a scale of 1. Yes. I don't think we have a lot of space available, so duration 0.3. Ease out. I'm gonna ease out, and I'm gonna try to trans elastic or trans bounce, but that might be a bad idea. We'll see. And I need to make it visible, so I'm gonna tween property, sprite, visible, true, I'm gonna make it visible right away. Or you know what I do? I start that in parallel. I started in parallel. Oh, fuck. I hate how it's doing stuff now. I do that in parallel. I remove this. I make it relatively fast. And in here, I go from 0. So vector to 0. Give me a second. Okay, cool. Should we try? I guess we should try. Let's see. It's not going to relaunch it again. It's just going to do that. Boop, boop. Oh fuck, of course. We did not. We did not. Oh fuck, seriously. Maybe I should move away. And it went from here to here. Okay. And maybe we have a counter. Maybe we have a counter somewhere in the middle. Either we have a countdown or we have something else. Do I create it using a window? Probably. You know what? I might do a small break and grab another thing. I don't remember when was the last break, but I'm probably going to be here for at least 45 minutes or something. So, small break. I come back very soon. Qu'est-ce que tu dis, Michel? Je comprends pas là. T'es en train de me dire que tu me quittes? Après tout ce qu'on a vécu, après tout ce que j'ai fait pour toi? Maintenant tu me quittes? C'est pas possible ça, Michel. Tu peux pas faire ça. Je suis blessé. Let's see how it looks. That was quite an amazing goal. That was quite an amazing goal. Let me clip that. This was super cool. No, it doesn't lag. You lag. Gulag. What is the problem? Wow, it's so freaking hard. But this is good. But this is really, really good. This is hard. This is hard and good. Did it. So if it's not available, you return. Otherwise, you say delete. You say, if you want to go in between the keyframes, depending on the snapping that you have, you don't have to change the snapping. You can just start dragging and then hold shift, and then you can go with a smaller granularity, which is pretty cool. That way you don't need to change the thing all the time. So boop, boop, boop. What's happening? I'm lagging. Okay. And now what you can do is take congrats. Huge congrats to Daniel Mullins. Huge congrats. I'm going to follow you, of course, because I want to see what you're doing. What are you usually doing? Bloop, keep it alive. Sacrifices must be made. It looks like... Okay, what? Okay, what? What? Okay. 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 I think I understand. That explains a lot. It makes sense. Okay. Try the steps to see if you get stuck. I never get stuck with the stairs. I love the stairs. The stairs are working incredibly well, right? No problem with the stairs. Why would the stairs not work? We are sometimes ejected where we not want to, but it... if you want to go in between the keyframes, depending on the snapping that you have, you don't have to change the snapping. You can just start dragging and then hold shift, and then you can go with a smaller granularity, which is pretty cool. That way you don't need to change the thing all the time. So boop, boop, boop. What's happening? I'm lagging. Okay. And now what you can do is take... also do it, right? You can do it, but no pressure. Using spatial noise, spatial sound effects. I think it can be interesting. So find oh fuck, welcome back. Hello, Deep Bonsai. Welcome. Bonsal? Bonsal. Welcome. Is it in 4.4 that we can now change the parameters? Transition type. Maybe not on this one. I don't remember. Okay, we would need some kind of effect. I could reuse the shockwave effect that I have. It could look cool because the shockwave is really, how can I say that? It's really The shockwave effect from Pong is really, it's transparent and stuff, so it looks kind of cool. Maybe I do that. Let me check if I find it. So Pong. My computer is lagging like crazy. No, it's okay. Would it be in shared effect? Shockwave. I have it in here. GD shader. Shockwave, GD shader. Window Pong. I mean, it's specific to the goal, right? So I could put it on the goal, but is it going to be on the goal? I mean, yes, it is, right? So let's do something called shaders, and I put it in here. Okay, so now if we go back to here, we should see our wonderful goal. Shockwave.gd shader that we need to modify because it's missing some stuff. It's not a problem though. Screen text, I have something to create screen textures. Screen UV, screen pixel, ratio, color. Okay. So can we try to put it? Maybe, what do I do? Do I put it on the goal itself? I don't remember how I did it. Do I put it on a sprite? Or do I put it on a big, like color rect, maybe? I can probably do that. Material, shader, and I will quick load the GD shader that we have in here. Pause. Okay. Okay, I don't have the information, right? I don't have easily the information about where the goal is happening, I guess. So what if I make that way bigger? And basically I will play around with the radius. Right? I will play around with the radius. I don't know what it will look like though, because there's not a lot of things to... There's not a lot of things to impact, right? If I launch the game like this, what does it look like? It looks like a big square. Why is that? Because there is nothing to read from? I mean, no. I guess because the background is transparent, this can be a bit weird. I'm not sure though. I'm not exactly sure. Might not be the best thing to put that in place right now. We'll figure out later. In the meantime, we can just have like particles or something. Right? Particles. GPU particles. We can have probably a lot of them. Sub-emitter, I don't care. Process material, texture. It's very inefficient, but I will use a gradient texture for now. That will be just that. A square, basically. A square. Transform process material, particle process material, display, acceleration, no gravity. I don't like gravity on that. it should have a lot of velocity. Should have a lot of velocity on the right. Like maybe even more than that. A bit more spread on the velocity. Oh yeah, it doesn't have a lot of time. It needs more time. It needs more time to be alive. 2.5 maybe. Yeah, that way it's spreading way further. That's good. It is going to start. It is going to start from the entirety of the screen, I guess. Just like the old ones that I was using. And I think what we can do to make it interesting, I mean, it's not necessarily interesting, but we can have a bit of randomness in the scale, maybe. Like between 0.5 and 0.1. That is big, though. That is a big square, right? From 0.1 to 0.8. Scale curve will change. We'll make it... Let's look at it from here. We'll make it grow initially, and we'll make it disappear with time. Okay. To make it slightly more interesting, we can definitely make it rotate a bit, so we can have an angle that is random initially. Spread 45. I don't think we're going to have that much spread, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the position. I'm going to use an emission shape box, and we are going to modify the way it's emitted. Like we are going to emit way more like that, right? Okay. And so to make it slightly more interesting, I'm going to not animate the hue, I think. I want to animate the alpha curve. With the right texture, they could look interesting. I think with the right texture, they could look interesting. In the meantime, what I'm going to do is simply create an alpha curve and make them disappear like that. But maybe even from the beginning, I want them to not be I want them to be translucent a bit. More juice. Hello, Gold. How are you doing? Goal particles. I think what we are going to do is we are going to, whenever we update the shape, we are going to also update that. And so to do this, we are going to do gold particles, particle process material, and in the process material, I want to update the emission box extents. Emission box extents. Just woke up, it's 2:30 here. Oh my god. That is way too early. Copy property path. Emission box extents, and I want to change the Y. It's extents, right? So it's in both directions. Is that right? So if I'm putting screen size, I need the screen size divided by 2, and it should be okay. And so on goal, you are going to goal particles emitting is equal to true. In here at the beginning, we make sure to have emitting is equal to false. I don't have an easy way to do that, so I will just await a timer. Like I will await get tree create timer. I will say for 1 second maybe, and then I will put the particles to false again. I think that should be good. I'm not saying they look very good right now, but it's fine, I think. Or way too late, depends on the perspective. I mean, because you're waking up, that's why I would say it's early. But yeah. Okay, so that looks incredibly bad for now, but it should be better after. Particle flag, it's okay. We might want some radial velocity. What do you think? Like, we make them rotate a bit. We like when they rotate. I don't feel like they're rotating. What? Angular velocity, not radial. Sorry. Angular velocity. What? I put to radial again, sorry. Ah, the thing is jumping around everywhere when I close and I open up something. Look at that. Look at how if I'm here and I close... No? Sometimes it's closing and it's moving everywhere. This is awful. So let's make it like that. Like, yeah, you have a bunch of rotation. And on Go, it's doing that. Let's see if it looks good or not. Let's move out of the way. It's probably going to look bad. And it didn't do anything. Amazing. Amazing. Is the goal not aware of the fact that there is a goal, or what? Goal connect. On goal, emitting is equal to true. Await, get tree timer 1. Emitting is equal to false. Yes. Yes? What do you mean? And what if it starts? What if it starts? What happens? What if it starts right away? Okay, so I see the particles. Are they stopping? Are they stopping automatically? What is it? Did I put them into one shot? No? Where are they stopping? Where are they stopping? Why on earth are you stopping? Oh, because there was a goal, probably. I'm stupid. Emitting is equal to true. To do VFX particle on goal. On goal. On goal. Emitting is equal to true. Create timer. Emitting is equal to false. I'm sorry, but I don't understand what's happening. You know what's happening? What is the problem here? What the fuck is happening? It's not like I'm doing something super complex. Boom, we are here. Emitting is equal to true. Oh, I'm stupid. Timeout. I forgot the timeout, so it was stopping immediately. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, now it will work. Hello, Raposolic. Raposolic. You have weird names, right? Okay, and goal. Of course, not both of them should do that. So let's in the goal define export var. Export var side. It should be a global's side, and let's define that. Export. Yes. Thank you. And so in here, goal left is left and goal right is right. And so now what we can do inside of the goal, maybe we can tell it to shut up. Okay, cool. Thank you. We can check. So if side is different than our side, we can return. Return. Goal side. I'm just going to make it clear. Just goal side. Okay. And so now we have that. Let's see how it looks. So what I'm thinking is, instead of having simply squares like that, because that's a bit simple and that's a bit stupid. Fuck, I launched the thing again. I forgot. maybe what we can do, so each time the ball is colliding with something, it's going a bit faster. That's why it goes so much faster so quickly. It scores like that. That's cool. That's cool. I don't like it though. I don't like it. And I'm gonna tell you why I don't like it, because it's not being damped, and so it looks weird. So a bit of damping, I think, would do the trick. Basically, damping would stop it from... What? Damping should really be... I don't like the fact that it cannot be damped with that shit. You see, it's not easy to access the amount of damping you want, the damping you want. Okay, this looks better, I think. It propagates way less. That's what I'm going for. It propagates way less. 275. Propagates way less. That's good. Okay. Nice. Nice. We have that. And I think what I want to do is I want to create like maybe a tiny window. Maybe I create a tiny window. So I have the thumbnail in here, but I'm not going to the thumbnail, I have some ideas about the thumbnail, but I don't like it so far. I'm just gonna create another... Give me a second. I'm just creating another thingy. Another file. Saving it. Saving it. Projects. You know what? I could put it into video directly. Project YouTube. I mean, it's game dev, right? 4 videos. Pong windows. Perfect. Window Pong assets. Let's go and edit this. And what I'm thinking, let's put the document file, document setup, pixels, and transparent background. Let's do 256, should be enough. Let's create a window, and I think I can start with this. I think I can start with this. I can make a fake window like that. I don't think I want anything inside it. The group. I don't want the blurriness. I don't think I do. And then what I want is simply something like that. Do I round the corners at the bottom too? Maybe 8 pixels. Maybe I give it the same radius at the bottom. Just for, yeah. Why is it not white in here? I think it would be better if it was white. And here it could be written something like go. Why not? Why not? Yeah, why not? This is not too bad, right? This is fun. What is the 256 pixels on the screen? It feels pretty big, right? It could be like 196. It could probably be like 196. Like 196. Why is my window like that? My window is... It could be 172 and 172. Yeah, but if I do that... No. You can customize the window frames. On Windows? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Why? 8 pixels is too much now. 5 pixels might be enough. It's not that. I'm just cheating I'm just creating particles to have the effect that I want, right? In here. I'm not going to modify the window frames themselves. I'm just going to modify that. I'm gonna create a copy that I will make a 172. You see, if I make it 172, it's not going to look the way I want, so I need to take that and align it to here. Yes. That will be my window frame. Perfect. And the goal will be here. It's slightly too big now. Something like that. Goal. I can remove this. It's still too big though. It's still too big. There shouldn't be no space between goal and the thing. Oh, there is no space. Incredible. But that's okay. I don't care. I wonder how it will render on macOS. I don't think it will. I don't think it will. I don't know. I don't know if the rendering, if the windows are. I mean, Godot probably supports rendering multiple windows on all of the OS, I guess. So if that's the case, I don't use anything specific to Windows apart from the blur. But we should definitely give it a try at some point, right? We should see. We should try and see how it looks. Window frame. Okay, let's export that. Let's see if it looks better with this. Maybe it will look better. What time is it? Okay, I will stop in not so long, I guess. Scenes. Go. Maybe this is shared. Maybe I want that to be used elsewhere, right? So let's create a new folder called shared. Shared visuals, and in here, window frame. That might be useful. So I'm streaming in wide aspect ratio. That way you can see what I'm doing, right? It looks slightly skewed for you, probably. I'm sorry about that. Window frame. Oh my god, it looks awful. Maybe I can reduce the amount that I'm spawning, because I'm going to spawn them everywhere. We are definitely going to not use an alpha texture now that we are spawning that many. I don't know if we see that it's what I'm thinking. Let's see how it looks when you score. Let's see how it looks when you score. Let's just minimize this. Can you minimize? No? Thank you. Okay, let me see. Keep only the X maybe. The problem is that it's so transparent that we don't really see what's happening. It's not. It should probably not be transparent if we want to see it, because we don't see it basically right now, right? We don't see it. I was thinking about spawning real window frames. I was thinking about that, about like spawning a bunch of windows. And I think it could work, but I think it would also like be crazily expensive, and I would not be able to make them rotate. Otherwise, we could have fun and like replicate the old style instead. I have an idea to go with the style of, maybe it's too intense in the OS. Yeah. Spawning a window is definitely difficult for the OS. I have an idea. What about window over the years, something like that. I hope that someone has an image of what it looks like. Of course, they don't have something easy for me to use. Like I could replicate 2 or 3 styles and use them in a sprite sheet, and I would spawn that. Why not? So, for example, and maybe in here what we want is something that is closer to being white, right? We want something that is closer to being actually white. And maybe we need more than just one button. We need all of the buttons in here. Could be a thing to help understand what's happening. I don't know if they are like that. No, they don't have that, right? It's just how does it look? It's like the minimized stuff. I'm just going to copy this to have an idea of the size. So it's just the minimized stuff, and then it's like the maximized stuff, which is like a weird window. Is it centered? Is it centered like that? No idea. It's weirdly centered like this, I think. Right? And so on Windows 11, I don't have Windows 11. Windows 11 window. Show me a window. Show me a freaking window. That's good. That's good. Show me that. Then show me that. Then I want probably like Windows XP. Windows XP is very like it's everyone knows about Windows XP. It's in our memory. Windows XP. I could do Vista and stuff, but I don't think we care. Right? I don't think we care. Same thing in here. We can reduce it a bit. All right. So in here, I'm trying to replicate this. All right. So everything is very boring. Whoops. Everything is very boring on Windows 11, right? Basically, it's like an empty square. Empty square with a stroke. How big is it? It's not very big, right? But we still need to make it relatively big enough so that we see. It's really, it's like centered, right? That is like centered to the rest somewhat. But not entirely, I would say. And it's also like smaller. Okay. This is like that, unless you're pressing on it, I guess. That is also smaller for some reason than the other thing. Yeah, it's bigger. Theoretically, it's bigger. It takes more space. And the name of the thing is here. Theoretically, it's like that. And it takes more space. Like that. We can make it roughly the same. We don't care. Right? Of course, it's missing, but we have the idea that it's a bit rounded and stuff. Not too bad, not too bad. It doesn't matter that much, to be honest. Okay. Because it's not focused, it looks like that. What is this Windows? It's Windows 98. Is this Windows 98? I would need to see a window that is focused, because there's like a, yeah, exactly. That's what I want. Windows 98. There is like colors on the thing. Oh fuck. There's like colors on the thing. Okay, so we have no roundings, of course, no rounding. So radius, boop, 0, radius, boop, 0. There's some sort of weird outline everywhere. It looks awful, to be honest. There's like this stroke that is outside, sharp, and the stroke has like, it is like bicolor. It's like 2 different colors. This is crazy. This is crazy. I don't think I'm gonna go as far as to reproduce that. I don't think I care. Then there is the famous horrible gray. Okay, it's probably smaller. It's probably shorter than smaller than that. 0.3 maybe. Why is it in points? Why am I in points in here and not in pixels? Fuck, that's stupid. We would need a pixelated font if we really want to have the exact same look, or at least similar. I probably have a pixelated thingy somewhere. I don't have that many which are pixelated because I don't like the look of it. But I must have at least one, right? I must have at least one. Seriously, no? No? What the actual fuck? What the actual fuck? I don't have anything. This looks ugly. Fuck. Well, you know what? I need to use something, so I might as well go with, I don't know, that. It's not bold enough. If it was the real deal, it would be bold. I don't have bold stuff in here, do I? Heading, body. Heading. It's just huge now, but... yeah, we definitely don't have that. Theoretically, there's like an icon. Maybe we can use a star icon with no stroke. The icon has a beautiful, very beautiful gradient. I'm joking, it's ugly. It's ugly as fuck. Some good old Arial. Yeah, maybe I could use that, you're right. Maybe I could use that. That could be good. Okay. It's actually written in white because this, the title bar, is filled with a gradient, in fact. What kind of crazy person would do that? I have no idea. But it's filled with a gradient. So let's do it. Let's be faithful to the style. Good. 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 We need the buttons. Oh my god. What kind of madman would do buttons like that? But they're pixelated, so that's kind of a problem, right? I can do the emboss probably. So let's go into quick effects. Outer shadow. We want some outer shadows, like a pixel. Oh, but the shadow is like, the shadow is fake because it's wrong, right? You see what I mean? The shadow is like that. Because it doesn't make any sense. The shadow doesn't make any sense. That's fine. Let's make it 1 pixel, I don't care. It's actually, also it's not square. Can you put that on the same square? It's not square, right? Let me place it where I want. Okay. The emboss could be faked, though. Don't you think? It would be easier for me if I would just fake it like that. Like this would be white. They have like 2 of them. Are they crazy? Because they have a weird gradient going on. Which reminds me of a full-time Android developer where the goal was to render apps inside custom Windows-like frame. You were doing that? You know what? I'm not going to do exactly the same thing. I think I don't care. I think I don't care enough. I think it has to be close enough. And that would work. I'm just going to make that smaller so that it works. Yeah, that's fine. That is fine. And the X. Look at this beautiful X. I won't reproduce the fact that it's jagged. I don't have time for that. I don't care. Toop and toop. Perfect. Yeah, the idea was to transform your smartphone into a PC. Okay. Like Samsung Dex is doing nowadays. Samsung Dex is kind of doing that, I guess. And you think about it, it's complicated to come up with a good design for something like that, right? Can you imagine? I think we are going in way too much detail for something that stupid that nobody's going to see. It's slightly stupid that I'm doing that. But hey, attention to detail and stuff like that, you know? Exactly, besides the fact that we had the idea before Dex. Yeah, sure. I see. It's it's actually close. Right? It's like they are closed. And this one is further away. That's interesting. It's like there, and there's a bit of space, and then it's closed. Interesting. It's very close to it. We can remove that. It's not a line though, is it? It is now. Is it close enough to the original? It's smaller. That is smaller. Yeah, it's closer to that. So this is pixelated theoretically. Do I have Arial? Yeah, actually it is Arial. What? Actually, it is Arial. They put the gradient in the other direction. Might be better to do that. No, let's just do this and let me reverse the gradient. That's more more like it. But I don't like a gradient like that. It's stupid. I think it should be goldish. It makes more sense. Yeah. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. For some reason, it's pretty big, right? It's close to the edge. It's pretty big. Like really close to the edge. It's like, hey, we have a bit of space in here. Let's just use it, you know? Let's just use the space. And then they put that. Okay. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad. This one is going to be the least interesting. But hey. Theoretically, there is an icon also in here. Theoretically, we also have an icon in here. Okay, you know what? I might start with this one for the Windows XP because we have a border around where we have a stroke in here. We have the same stroke in on Windows XP. It's just that the stroke is some kind of blue. Theoretically, the stroke has a gradient to it. Oh my god. It's probably not a real gradient. It's probably like it's probably not a real gradient. It's probably more like, I don't know. But hey. Are you joking? Is that am I a fucking joke to you? You want to go from here to very bright in here. Hey Adnan, can you teach red black tree? What do you mean? What is this? Oh, it's not a gradient. In fact, can you see it's not a gradient? It's not a gradient. It's only at the top that it's like that. It's only at the top. It's not a real gradient, but I can fake it by doing that. It's not a real gradient. It's only the top that is highlighted. Oh, I think I'm too lazy. I'm always too lazy. And I can't do gradients that are not linear in here. I can't do gradients like that. I don't see the message. It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube. Data structure. I don't know about that. I'm sorry, Adnan. I don't know about that. Okay, we have some roundness now. So let's round the corners, but only at the top, interestingly enough. Only at the top. What kind of roundness? Something like that? 4.7? Why not? 4.7? Maybe I could write it down. Okay. There is this weird stuff. It's like there's like an emboss. Is that how you call it? How do you reproduce this? This is difficult. It looks like if it doesn't look normal. That's what I'm trying to say. It looks yeah, it's not flat, you see? They're doing something weird. Okay, I'm stopping the thingy. I walked for too long now. Oh. I need to update my overlay so that it shows messages on YouTube too. I decided to start streaming on YouTube because the VODs there are much better and some people would prefer to do that. I'm not expecting interactions from YouTube, but the VODs might be interesting. I don't know. Yeah, they have like an... I'm not too familiar with that, but I know quick effects Bevel emboss. That is it. That is it. Pillow, outer, emboss. Is that an emboss that they're using? Inner, outer, pillow, emboss, radius. Is that what they're doing? Maybe, but maybe not. Soften. Yeah, it's a bit like that, right? Emboss. And it's quite soft. Maybe not that much. Yeah, you got it. Direction, screen highlight. What is the direction? The direction is there. What? Okay, I guess if I play around with it a lot, I can probably get really close to what it's supposed to look like. I don't think it matters that much. It's probably not that. Yeah, something like that. Okay, cool. The icon is way smaller in here. Icon is way smaller. That is also smaller for some reason. Then I guess it's the buttons, right? I guess we need to do the buttons. Let's go. Wow, such a high resolution. So they start with a stroke on the outside, which is the stroke is white. The button will have, the button is also like using an emboss thingy, probably. Right? Let's grab this. Let's put it here. Where is it? Oh, I want you to be ungrouped. Where are you? I want you to be ungrouped. Yes, come here. Being here. You are probably rounded, right? Is the thing rounded in here? Is the cross rounded? I think it is. It's probably also a bit thicker. But okay. The buttons are also rounded. I don't know exactly how much. Fuck, I'm not in the rounding anymore. They're probably... It's difficult to see. Maybe if I put myself... yeah. It looks awful, right? Don't I have... Maybe I have something. Windows XP. Maybe I have a higher res. Example. But high res and XP doesn't go well together, I guess. Show me a window that is... Show me a focused window, otherwise I don't care. Show me a fucking focused window. Wow, such bad resolution. Windows XP really looked like shit. I don't care what some people will say, it really looks like shit. It looks incredibly bad. I hate that style. I hate the like rounded style. Yeah. It looks like shit. No, it does. It does. It does look like shit. I'm sorry. It does look like shit. It does. Okay, let's pick up. There's probably a gradient on that, but it might also be created by the bevel and emboss, right? So let's try that. We used what emboss? Yes. It's kind of coming from here. The radius is way too big. Oh, but it's affecting with the... Okay, I should remove that then. And I will create it after. I don't know if it's really an emboss that they're using. Oh, and we need to soften it up, I guess. No. No. The shadow is way too high. And maybe that is also way too high. Difficult. Might be easier to replicate without doing this. Also, I feel like my color is not red enough. From a distance, it will be fine. From a distance, it will be completely fine. I will remove that. I will create small outline. And that is going to be very, very much perfect. Yes. Let's not think about it too much. It's gonna be perfect. What the fuck is happening in here? Why is it doing that? With my cross. So the cross is quite small on the inside. What the fuck is happening in here? What? Oh, they're oh, it's colliding with the other one. It's colliding with the other one. Interesting. Well, I guess let's not make it that rounded. It's like an internal shadow. Definitely better than flat design. It depends what kind of flat. Yeah, it doesn't look exactly like that, right? It's closer to something else, but it's gonna be enough for us. How big was it? It's pretty much like that, right? Seems to be similar to that. And the other ones are like the same, but blue. So I guess we can duplicate that. Instead, go in here and make it blue. There probably is a way to get the real blue, but I don't know if I care. I need to do like a square. A square with a square inside, right? Ah, give it back to me. A square with a stroke. And inside of that, come on, I don't see anything. And inside of that, you have a square without a stroke. Something like that. Fuck. Then I put it into a group. Okay. And then we have a small square. Like the square is like really, really tiny at the bottom left. For some reason. It really looks like shit. Come on. How much space? Roughly the same size, right? Is it rounded? No, it's not. Well, it doesn't look blue enough. And the bevel and the roundness is not the same, right? So it could be made better. But it's close enough. It's close enough. It's close enough. That's close enough. It's probably all of what we just created is probably useless because we are going to run it inside the particles and we are going to say, oh fuck, it looks like shit. That is what is going to happen. This is always what happens. Always. So, can you put that inside of the group? Can you put that inside of the group? Is that the right group? No, it's not, you fucker. Instead of what group? Instead of this group. And this one inside of this group. Yes. So window frame, we are going to do window frame. What is the size of a window frame? 172. So we will do 172 times 3. 172 times 3. And for some reason my height is 73, sorry. Oh, those things are not inside the group. That, and that. Oh my god. That and that should be inside the group. Which one? This one. Oh shit. Maybe I should put them in order. So, one button grouped, one button grouped, one button grouped, 3 buttons inside that. This is inside, and this is not inside. Group. Aha. Are you ready? Oh shit. Yes. Would you look at that? Oh, we have a slight problem. I didn't take into account the fact that we had outlines. Yes, I forgot about that. That we have outlines everywhere. Fuck. We should take that into account. Okay, and in here we don't have outlines, but we are getting squished by that. Nobody's going to see it, right? Or we cheat a bit and we do that? No. Well, let's try. Let's make sure that it's at the right spot. All of that for no reason. Why am I spending time on something like this? Why? And that goal in here like that, it makes no sense. What is a more modern font? Maybe we should use something like Roboto. And more like this. It would not be written in big. And it would be smaller. Something like that. It might look like shit, to be honest. Window frame sprite sheet. If you don't know the technique in Godot, very simple. You put in your texture, you put the sprite sheets. Okay, so right now you can see it's spawning the 3 of them. Then you go into material, canvas item material. For some reason it scrolled to the top. You set it to be particles, animation. You tell how many frames you have. 3 frames I have. So right now it's only using the first frame, as you can see. So then you want to go into your particle process material. You want to go under animation. It's scrolling. Every time I click somewhere, it's scrolling. The offset, I'm going to tell that the offset can be random, basically. And then it's going to choose between one of the 3, as you can see in here. And so in-game, it will look like this. And we don't see anything. I spent a lot of time for no reason. We don't see anything. But that's good, that's good. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay. Should I make the bowl transparent? Should I make the bowl transparent? Also, I think I'm wondering if the bowl should not be transparent, honestly. Like, maybe we make the bowl... The bowl right now, it's 64 pixels. We make it like gradient. Make a circle gradient, radial gradient. Do I do the opposite? I was not thinking about that. I was thinking about something that would look better. Maybe I need some sort of like... Maybe that is okay. This is not the center, right? Is it? No, it's not. I could export that. Whole document? No. Selection only. Scene. Full. Visuals. Bowl. Okay, I exported the bowl, or what? I forgot. Yes. And so instead of using that, I could use the bowl. It's ugly. It's ugly. It's ugly, but it looks more like an actual window or whatever. That's cool. You know what we can do also? I will go with a very... Oh. Pausing... This is interesting. Pausing the particles is doing something really weird. Okay, quit. Also, I think we don't recognize the windows because they are like squarish, and windows are usually not square. 250, I'm gonna bump that again. Maybe we want more diversity in the scale from like 0.05 to like 0.5. Maybe it's going to be more interesting. And we can particles flag. No, you see how it's scrolling me everywhere? It's crazy. This is horrible. I wanted to do something very cool. I wanted to speed scale a bit more, like make them more punchy. I think this is nice. Okay, cool. That is great. One thing I wanted to do was go to the asset lib, download trail, Trail 2D, perfect, made by Gabinetto. Ignore all of that, Trail 2D, install, success. Then go on to my bowl, but my bowl is a window. I didn't think about that. My bowl is a window. So theoretically, oh fuck. It's much harder to display a trail because it will not show basically. So what I could do is attach a trail in here. I could do trail. Is it not update? Is it not started? Trail 2D, yeah. I could put a trail, make it length 15 maybe, closed with curve. I don't remember what should be the width curve, but it's okay. Fill gradient, perfect. Let's assume it's in this size. It's in this thingy. Bold trail, can we do that? And every frame we would reposition it. The problem is that it will lag behind. That might look bad. Process, it might look bad, but I don't know, so we'll see. Bold trail. The global position will be the bull, W bull. Global position. Does it have a global position? No, it has a position. The position is what? We have to update it, right? It's not going to be correct. Where's my trail? I have some errors. What are the errors? Offset is non-finite. Sample baked. Offset is non-finite. What? Returning 0. Okay, let's remove the width curve because it's making it bug for some reason. The position will be wrong because we have to take into account where it is. It's somewhere in the screen. Like it's somewhere in the screen. It's we kind of want to do the opposite of that. Right? The position is the ball position minus the screen size divided by 2. Is that what I need to do? It's also just a stupid way of doing things. No. What if instead of doing that, I do... What if I put it on the get global mouse position just to check if it works or not? It doesn't. My trail doesn't show. I move its global position to follow the mouse and it doesn't show. So there is another problem. What is wrong with it? No. Where are you, Bolt Trail? Why can't I see you? Why can't I see you? Texture mode? I don't care about that, right? Width curve. Why am I not able to grab it? The fuck? What? The fuck is happening? Well, I don't know why it's not reacting. And if I don't put a gradient on it, it still doesn't want to work. Okay, well, to continue that, we would have to make the ball slightly more interesting. So as you can see, every time we're going to have to do something, it's going to be a bit complicated because we're using Windows. And so either we cheat by displaying it on the window below, or I don't know. Like for example, if I put GPU particles in here, for example, if I put ball particles, let's say I want that really quickly, I can do that. Process material, I do this. I put the ball. Imagine I do that. Spawn position, I do a ring. The emission ring height, radius. Imagine I know it's 64 pixels, so I do 60, and the ring radius is 65. So I do that. I spawn a bunch of them. I do display scale. I want something much smaller. Like 0.3. Scale curve is doing something like that. And then it goes here. I want way more. Like, why is it so big though? Oh, because it's divided by 2. Divided by 2. Yes. And so what if I put, you know what? I could create a node, like a marker 2D. That would be ball following. This would follow the ball position. And in here, instead of doing ball trail, I would grab the ball following. And I would make that follow my mouse just to check if the particles work. Ah, and now it works. Okay. So you see we could have that on the ball. If we make it follow the ball correctly, it would do this. So that could work. And we could cheat, basically. And this is the trail. So the trail doesn't like to move without a parent. Interesting. And I think you can't move the trail directly because the trail is like looking at the parent. Yeah, I think that's why. So now what if we put a width curve? I always like to put a width curve. I think it looks cool. And I like a good gradient on my ball. A good gradient on my ball. That's weird. Yeah, that would look better. That would look cool. Probably too bright. I guess it could be lower. I guess it could have a longer width, a 45. Not a longer width, a bigger width, yes, 35. Way longer, like 25. Do we have something? Joint mode, sharp, round precision. Is there a way to say how much precision we want? If it's superior to the length. Oh. If it's superior to the length, get point count is superior to the length. No, I don't see how the length is used in here. It seems very counterintuitive. But it would do that basically. The problem with the particles is because they would lag behind, it would look a bit weird, I think. That could be cool though. Maybe for the particles, we can have 2 particles. We can have ball particles global, and we can have local. And so the local, you would process material, make unique recursive, yes. They would draw they would draw, first of all, display, acceleration, no gravity. We don't want gravity in any of them. But it's just that the drawing would be local, and on the global, you would have, again, no acceleration because it looks stupid, but it would be that, and it would spawn something much smaller, basically. Yeah, I think that's what I want. And so now you have something that spawns around the particle, around the ball constantly. Maybe that looks a bit stupid though. But we could use that. Okay, cool. Anyway, I'm gonna stop it here. Let's push all of that as update because I don't know what it is. And all of that as update because I don't know what it is and I don't fucking care. Thank you for being here. I need to go. I will see you on Monday, and then we'll see you on Monday, and I will stream probably maybe a bit on Wednesday. I will tell you, okay? I will keep you up to date. Thank you for being here. Have a good day, night, whatever, and goodbye.